कर बंदे तू बंदगी जिच घट में सा कर बंदे तू बंदगी जिच घट में सा जो दम चित न आवई सो दम फिर आ जा चेताई ताजे गोविंद मीन की ए तेरी पुलरिया गोविंद मीन की ए तेरी पुलरिया गोविंद मीन की
What's going on, everyone? So I just want to read out to you what we're going to be going through today. So Prabhu kau simrahe se tanvante. Prabhu kau simrahe se patevante. Prabhu kau simrahe se jan parvan. Prabhu kau simrahe se purkh pradhan. Prabhu ko simrahe se bemohtaje. Prabhu ko simrahe se sarv ke raje. Prabhu ko simrahe se sukhvasi. Prabhu ko simrahe sada avinasi. Simrante lage jin aap dayala. Nanak jan ki mangay rawala. So going over, if you guys could turn to look at the screen and we'll go over what we went through last week. So Prabhu ka simran sab te ucha. Jehड़ा Maharaja simran hai, Vaheguru mantra japna, Gurbani padhni hai, is the highest path. It's higher than all other aspirations, and higher than all other paths. Sareyan to ucha hai. Maharaj di yaad ch rehna, Maharaj di yaad ch apne swas batit karne. Prabhu kya simran hai udhar mucha. ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਉਧਰ ਗਏ ਕਈ ਉਧਰ ਗਏ ਕਈ ਤੋਂ ਉਧਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਉਧਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੀ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਕਈ ਗਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਧਰਨਗੇ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਬੁਝੈ ਸੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਰੂਪੀ ਜਲ ਨਾਲ ਰਸਾਂ ਕਸਾਂ ਦੇ ਭੋਗਣ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਰੂਪੀ ਅੱਗ ਬੁਝ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ the fire of desire ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ means thirst ਹੁੰਦਾ But the fire of desire, Trishna in the literal sense means thirst, but yeah, we can say desire. So the fire of desire is extinguished with the water of Simran. So naam jap ke jehdi Trishna hai bodh jandi hai. Naam to bina nahi gal bodh naam to bina nahi hunda. Prabhu kya Simran ne sab kish sujha ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਸੁਝ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਜੋ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਵਰਤਣਾ ਜੋ ਹੁਣ ਵਰਤ ਰਿਹਾ all that ਉਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਸੁਝ ਜਾਂਦਾ the understanding of the sargun the physical manifestation that we see in front of us the cars the houses the plants the living things and ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜੂਨਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਰੂਪ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਤਮਾ ਕਹਦੇ ਹੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਆ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਿਆਪਕ ਆ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਆ ਸਾਰਾ the understanding of that oneness then obviously there's no hate there's no dubda there's no doubt there's no param there's only love, there's only the one that remains. And that's when a person has no likha, there's no taramraj, they have to stand in front of, none of that happens because that oneness happened. ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਸੁਲਝ ਜਾਂਦਾ। प्रभ कै सिमरन नाही जम तरासा, सिमरन अभ्यास करन नाल मुड़ मुड़ के नाम जपन नाल, मुड़ मुड़ के नाम जपन नाल जेड़ा मौत दा भी डर है ना वो भी चुप हो जांदा। ये केड़ा इस जन्म दा, yeah, this has been going on for many lives, right? And this is another opportunity we have right now though, a great opportunity in this life. We got a human form this time, so जेड़ा जम दा डर आ, the fear of death, ये सारा चुक हो जाता। प्रभ कै सिमरन पूरन आसा, ਇਹਦੇ अर्थ लास्ट टाइम दो कीते सीगे। So जेड़ा desires, they do get fulfilled as well. So प्रभ कै सिमरन पूरन आसा, someone wants something, you know, जो मांगे ठाकुर अपने ते सोई सोई दे, जो भी तुसी मंगदे हो मिलदा आ। जिन्ना भी आस करूंगे उन्ना ज्यादा छेती मिलदा। कई चीजें आपां नूं, sometimes we ask for something and it's like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have asked for that, because you see the result of that in front of you and like, oh, this came with that as well. So प्रभ कै सिमरन पूरन आसा, आस जिहड़ी पूरन हो जांदी आ। But also as you keep walking on the path of Simran, the as itself, it becomes puran in the sense that it gets completed, it finishes. The as pretty much dies off. There is no more as left, because your indra, your senses, your eyes, your ears, all your senses get absorbed in nam ras eventually, and there's no desire there anymore. प्रभ कै सिमरन मन की मल जाए। So janam janmadi nu mail lagi hua man nu, you know, the man's always there. It's the bodies that change. In these, sometimes we'll call Randeep, sometimes we'll call something else, sometimes we might have come from a, you know, June of a Sapka, sometimes we probably here and there. As we walked on our journeys, individual journeys, all that mal, all that dirt that's with us, all that impurity that's with us is in naali turi hondi a. Ye sari jehdi mal a, it chali jandi hai. Obviously of this life too, pretty much all that stuff that keeps us away from connecting with the one. Man ki malo jaye. How? Prabhu kya simrane. So amrit naam or the mahe samaye, as the filth starts dissipating, starts going away, starts disappearing, starts moving away, the naam jeda, it starts coming in, starts residing with the hearts, grows and grows and grows and grows, and naam eventually takes over the heart, and everything is just naam at that time. So amrit naam or the mahisma, the immortal naam comes and resides within. The man realizes his true nature. Man tu jyot swarup hai, apna mool pachan. My mind, you are that jyot swarup, you are that one. I realize your essence, realize who you are. Ayo sunana padana ko bani, you come here to read and listen to bani. It's only jako wise hoi behajo, the reason you've come here, do that. Hare gorate manhe basera, Guru Sahib ji nu apne man te basalo. You realize your purpose here, your bigger purpose. And we all have worldly purposes, I guess we're pursuing as well. Prabhu ji bas hai sadh ki rasana. So Akal Purkh ji, if we take this easier way to understand something like this would be, let's take Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj. Panjve Pasha ji is saying, Akal Purkh ji resides on the tongue of Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj, on the lips of Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj ji. Maharaj ji Gurbani ucharde. Gurbani is Akal Sarup. Gurbani is that form. It's just, it's in a written form. It takes us to our essence form. It's written for us to take us back to where we, our origins, our tatta sarupa. So Prabhuji Vasa hai sadh ki rasana. सो गुरु नानक साहिब जी की रसना ते अकाल पुरख जी गुरबाणी जी वसदे ने नानक जन का दास ने दसना ते उन्हां गुरु नानक साहिब जी दे जेड़े सेवक आ लाइक बाबा बुड्ढा साहिब जी मैं उन्हां दा भी सेवक आ आई एम देयर सर्वेंट सो पंजवें पातशाही lived that he showed that how much respect he showed to Baba Buddha Sahib ji from that perspective so nanak jan ka dasa ne dasana so prabhu ko simar hai se tanvante we'll be starting here today so if you could turn off our phones put them on silent try not to look at them as long as we're in these sessions in this session try to give ourselves that focus that attention that opportunity to stay present with Shabda understanding of the Shabda so it gets kind of souls into our hearts so like let's try to stay present. All right. Can I ask for someone to volunteer to sing? So I'll say a line or I'll do Simran and I want you to repeat after just one person and the rest of the Sangat can listen along and say it along, whatever we say. So I might be reading from Sukhmani Sahib, might be doing Simran. Can I get someone to volunteer? You could write it in the chat. Okay, I guess I'll just do it. Okay, so I'll say a few lines. I want you guys to try to zone in. Listen to your own voices. I'll say and you guys repeat. And listen to your own voices. And listen to that tone. So pretty much the technique is you're going to say it with your own voice, you're going to say it with your mouth, or you're going to say it internally, and you're going to listen internally, or you're going to listen with your ears. And you're going to stay absorbed in that Bani. And if the mind runs away and goes into a thought, that's okay. That's what it's trained to do since we've been born. Bring it back with love, no hate. Realize it's run away, that's cool. Bring it back, put it back in its practice, put it back in Simran, put it back in the ton. Gaudi Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama. Vaheguru. 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 Simaro, simare, simare, sokho pavo. Vaheguru. 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 Sukhmani Sukha Amrita Pravanamo. Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Prabh kੈ ਸਿਮਰਾਨੇ ਅਨ ਦਿਨੋ ਜਾਗੈ। Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Prabh ka ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਭ ਤੇ ਉੱਚਾ। Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Netri sat gor pekhana, Sravani sunana gor nao. Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ, ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ। ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ, ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਆਪੇ ਜਪਾਏ ਜਪੈ ਸੋ ਨਾਉ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਸਰਵਣੀ ਸੁਨਣਾ ਗੁਰ ਨਾਉ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਏ ਮਨ ਪਿਆਰਿਆ, ਤੂੰ ਸਦਾ ਰਹੋ ਹਰਿ ਨਾਲੇ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਗਹਿਓ ਤੁਹਾਰੋ ਦਵਾਰ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ, 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। All right, guys, let's come back to our document. Hopefully that's calmed some of the nervous system down. It's a bit more present. So let's get to writing. Prabh ko simrahe se tanvante. So, Prabh ko simrahe. Let's got this. Prabh ko simrahe. Se ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੋ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੋ to ਸਿਮਰਹਿ remember say oh they ਧੰਨਵੰਤੇ ਧੰਨਵੰਤੇ ਧਨ ਵਾਲੇ wealthy ਧਨਵਾਨ ਅਮੀਰ ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਧਨਵੰਤੇ So I'll write in Gurmukhi first. So Jo Simran Abhyasi, Gursevak ji. So those Gursevaks, the ones that are Abhyasi, practitioners of Simran. So Jo Simran Abhyasi, Gursevak ji, har samay Vaheguru ji nu simrahe, meaning yaad karde han. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਧਨਵੰਤੇ ਦੁਨਿਆਵੀ ਧਨ ਸੱਚੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਨਾਮ ਧਨਵੰਤੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਧਨਵੰਤੇ ਹਨ meaning those who do Simran of Vaheguru ji are wealthy. You can say worldly wealth as well. You can say Naam. Jiso naam hriday soi vada raja. Maharaj talks about the real wealth being naam as well. But I mean, you know, some might say, well, worldly wealth, not necessarily. It's on a spectrum, right? It's on like, you know, whatever you ask for, you'll eventually get. You just got to be careful what we ask for. But that eventually comes around. This lifetime, next lifetime, maybe a little bit faster. It totally depends. Like, you know, Maharaj, char padarth je ko manga saad jana ki seva laga. If you want the char padarths je ko manga, if you ask for them, what do? Saad jana ki seva laga. Fall into the seva of sads, of Guru Sahib. Do seva Guru Sahib. What are the char padarth? Dharma, artha, kam, mokha. Dharma meaning like the realization of the one. Kam, artha is padarth if you desire anything, and kam is shubh kamana if you desire anything. Like padarth is like material, and kamna is like what you desire. Odda, koi cheez chahidi hai, some education, some vidya, or whatever you might desire. You know, I want to learn kirtan, I want to learn tabla, anything like that you might desire. And moksha mukti, right? So those you do obtain those. You obtain those by doing Simran. So Prabhu ko Simran hai se tanavante. So jehde Simran karte hai oh tan wale ne. We'll move on another few seconds. Prabhu ko simrahe se patevante. So Prabhu, once again, Prabhu ji, Vaheguru ji, Akal Purkh ji, Nirpal ji, Nirvair ji, Ajuni ji, whatever you want to say. Prabhu Vaheguru ji, ko nu simrahe, remember, simar de jade yaad karde hain. Se oho de patevante. Patevante hunde izzat wale, person of honor, someone that has honor. Jinu maane. मान मिलता है। सो प्रभु को सिमरहे से पाते बनते। तो सिमरन करने वाले प्रेमी पाते, पाते मीन्स इज्जत, वंते मीन्स वाले। सो सिमरन करने वाले जेडे प्रेमी आ वो इज्जत पति वाहिगुरु जी वाले हैं। पाते इथे Bhagavad Gita translated this as pati as well. The atma meeting their pati, the soul meeting, it's love. So those who do simran are people of honor. तो प्रभु को सिमरहे से पाते बनते। तो वाहिगुरु जी ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਹੈ। People that do simran are people of honor. Move on another 30 seconds or so. प्रभु को सिमरहे से जन परवान। सो प्रभु वाहिगुरु जी को सिमरहे नू ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ याद करते हैं। So those who remember वाहिगुरु जी, those who chant वाहिगुरु, those who jap it, those who put it in their hirda, say, they, oho, say, they, or oho, that person, oho, jan. Jan is someone that's a devotee or like a pyara. Pyare. परवान, कबूल, accepted. प्रभु को सिमरहे से जन परवान। प्रभु को सिमरहे से जन परवान। तो ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਜਨ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ। ਜੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਭਿਆਸੀ ਭਗਤ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਬੂਲ ਹਨ। So those who do Simran are accepted by Vaheguru Ji. So Prabhu ko simrahe se jan parvan. So those who do Simran are accepted by Vaheguru Ji. Also take this another way. So Prabhu ko simrahe se jan parvan are accepted. The ones that do Simran are accepted by the parja, by sangat keh lo, congregation keh lo, duniya keh lo. But Prabhu ko simrahe se jan parvan. ये सिमरन अभ्यास करने वाले या भगत जन या गुर सिੱਖਿਆ महाराज ਦੇ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਉਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਬੂਲ ਹਨ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਹਨ। Okay, we'll move on. Is it missing? Oh yeah, Sasa is missing on all of them. Is this missing on all of your guys' as well? I just realized that. This whole body. Yeah, it's supposed to be Simrahe. You could add a Sasa there. Say Jan Paravan. Prabhu ko Simrahe. Say Pork Pradhan. Prabhu ko Simrahe. Yeah, just add a S for the English. Right here, this section. All right. Prabhu ko simrahe se pork pradhan. Prabhu Vaheguru Ji ko nu to simrahe, remember. Simar de jade, the ones that remember. Say oho, those, they. Pork, person, Porsche. So Prabhu ko simrahe se oho, pork, Porsche, person, pradhan, mukhi, chief, supreme. प्रभु को सिमरहे से पुरख प्रधान। सो जेड़े अभ्यासी गुरमुख पुरख हन ओह प्रधान भाव मुखी मन्ने परमन्ने हन। So those who do Simran are supreme. So जो अभ्यासी पुरख हन ओह मुखी मन्ने गए हैं। Most uttam thing we can do. So those who do Simran are supreme. प्रभु को सिमरहे से पुरख प्रधान। Now 30 seconds, we'll move on. प्रभु को सिमरहे से पुरख प्रधान। Those who do Simran are supreme. जो अभ्यासी गुरमुख पुरख हन वही मुखी मन्ने गए हैं। प्रभु को सिमरहे से बेमोहताजी। Beautiful word, बेमोहताजी। So प्रभु को सिमरहे वाहिगुरु जी को नो सिमरहे remember सिमरदे जेड़े आ याद करदे हन से ओहो बेमोहताजे। बेमोहताजे माने बेपरवाह, meaning carefree, a person who does not look to anyone else for anything. It's like, so if you do someone's motaji, that means like, that would mean like, you know, like sucking up to someone. You're flattering someone with the intention of that someone will give you something. You're trying to please someone. You know, being extra nice to a boss. Maybe you know you want a better position, or you want a raise or something like that. That would be doing their motaji. But this is be motaji. So this is a person that does not look to anyone with any interest. Carefree, because they adin, they're not under anyone, not under anyone's control. So Prabhu ko simrahe se be mohtaje. So mohtaje. So aa jehda part hai se ye apa se padna short. Sastenusyari is always short, like simrahe se. But be mohtaje, this is a long a sound. Be mohtaje. This is a short a sound. Se. It. So जो सिमरन याद करते हैं, जो सिमरन अभ्यास करते हैं, ओ प्यारे गुरमुख जन बेमोहताजे बेपरवाह बादशाह हैं। So जेड़े सिमरन करते हैं, ओ जेड़े जन हैं, ओ जेड़े प्यारे हैं, ओ बेपरवाह बादशाह हैं। So those who do Simran are carefree. ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਅਧੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਏ, not under the spell of anyone, not under anyone. They don't look to anyone for anything. Karhe bhagat atam kachai. They do bhakti with the cha of their atma. So Prabhu ko simar hai se be mohtaje. रब को सिमर है से बेमोहताजे, बेपरवाह सदा रंगे हर क्या यहाँ हरि जी दे प्यार दे विच बेपरवाह रहन वाले रब को सिमर है से बेमोहताजे। वाहिगुरू जिहड़े सिमरदे आ वो बेमोहताजे ने। So don't write this next part down, but this bemohtaje, I used to think from time to time that this can be broken down into not verified, so please don't write this down. Be without moho attachment, taje, the crown. The ones that do Simran wear the crown of not being attached to anyone. Be moho, without attachment, taje, the crown. So Parao ko Simran say be moho taje, the ones that are carefree, the ones that are not attached to anyone. But yeah, that's just my opinion. But this, the right arth is carefree, ve pravaha. All right, we'll move on. Prabh ko simrahe se sarva ke raje. So once again, Prabh, Vaheguru ji, Akal Purkh ji, Nirankar ji, Prabhu ji, राखो राखो मेरे बीठला बीठला कह लो, हरि जी कह लो, राम कह लो, Allah कह लो, Allah, the one that cannot be taken down, Allah, laun to रहत, Allah. So Prabh, Vaheguru ji ko nu simrahe, remember, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਨੇ, the ones that remember Vaheguru, the ones that do simmer. You're just going through this, these like last, like just this Astpadi so far. You know, I just reading and writing, and I'm like, you know, we never talked about, as a group, we never talked about, you know, having a daily practice of so and so. I'm sure most of you do, but like Lokwa Maharaj gives within this, man. Kiniya Data Maharaj Bakshdeya for those who do Simran, just having a daily practice. Like, you know what, we're gonna do everyone, you know, let's try to do at least a 10-minute hit a day of Simran in our own times, or try to hit that 45-minute, and let's try to hit whatever we're trying to do. It will be really nice, nothing formal, but just to have your own daily practices. I'm sure most of you have your own daily practices, but just being consistent with that practice, the same time, all the time, you know that's coming. You know, they'll set your intention for the day if you do it in the morning. Before you go to sleep, they'll calm everything down. I was talking to Simandeep saying the stage of Bhagavad right now. He was saying maybe we should, as we're going through this, try to memorize this money. I was like, that's a beautiful thing to do as well. Uda, it's like it's supposed to be so long, but breaking it down like this, it's easier to remember, Hannah. But just having a daily practice of some sort, you know, where we apa karna hi hai, 5 minute behna, 5 minute beh ke karna hi hai. Any sort of simran, any vyas, or the body that we did daily, repetition of that body, and add in simran somewhere, or whatever you guys do, some sort of daily practice. You know, at the secular level in mindfulness, if you go through they got a MBSR course, and even in that they say, you know, it's non-religious thing, and it's just they teach about mindfulness and things like that. Prabjot, my wife, she teaches that, and in that they have a 45-minute practice that they do daily for it's an 8-week program they go through. It's for pain management and all that kind of stuff and all that. So all these guys that run that stuff, from that perspective, from a secular perspective, they have a 45-minute practice. And Mara talks about Dasamanda, right? Mara talks about giving 10%, not just of your earnings, but of your daily time as well. So out of 24 hours, what's that, like 2.5 hours, right? That's 10% of your day. It should be dedicated towards Simran Abhyas, some sort of practice. Well, that's the goal. I mean, so I know some of you probably do way more than that, but some of you maybe only do that 5-minute mark, and that's cool too. Everything's on a spectrum, man. So Prab ko simra hai, jede wagyu simra deya say. Oh, sarva means all. Sarya, sarva, sarya, sare. They, K is they, of. So Prabhu ko simra hai, say sarva sarya ke de raje. Raja, you guys know what Raja are, right? Yeah, Raja, kings, Badshah, king. So in the Punjabi translations, I'm trying to incorporate a little bit more Visheshans, a little bit more of the way Bhagaji writes, because I think his writing is just like really beautiful. You know, when he talks about Vaheguru, when he talks about Guru Sahib Ji, it's always talking about him with the Bahuvachan, and saying they instead of him, saying always adding G, even more than G's, adding way more Visheshans than that. Rabba Baba Nihal Singh Ji, Hariya Billah. Nihang Singh Ji, he met Bhagaji, and I think it was a Sukhmani Sahib speak. He read it in like a couple of days, and he came back, and they met again, and he took like more book. And he said at that time, he's like, the way this is written in the Punjabi form, the way it's written, it has so much sharda, so much love for Guru Sahib Ji. Like it's written so beautifully, because usually you see, you know, you talk about Vaheguru, you see Ekavachan and all that kind of stuff, but it's written in a very beautiful manner. So, and also because this is being translated into a few other languages, Hindi being one of them. So we're trying to incorporate a bit more of those Visheshans, a bit more of those descriptive words towards Guru Sahib Ji. So you'll see me write a little bit more maybe going forward when it comes to, instead of just a basic arth, a little bit more filled arth. So jo har samay Vaheguru Ji nu yaad karde han, ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਜੇ ਹਨ। ਭਾਵ ਕਾਮ, ਕ੍ਰੋਧ, ਲੋਭ, ਮੋਹ, ਹੰਕਾਰ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਨ, ਇੰਦਰੀਆਂ ਆਦਿ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ, ਇੰਦਰੀਆਂ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਮਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਸਦਾ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਸੋ those who do Simran are the kings of all. You know, they rule the five vices. They win, they take over, they control the five vices: the kam, the krodh, the lobh, the moh, the ahankar. So the lust, the anger, the greed, the attachment, the ego. They're rulers of their own minds. They're rulers of their own senses. They don't release a thought unless they want that thought to be released. They don't look unless they want to look. They're rulers of all hearts as well, because they win the hearts of the parja as well. They win the hearts of everyone. Just because they are Avyasis, if you go around people like that, you'll notice Avyasis, hard to find maybe these days. Their energy is just different. The way they flow is just different. So those who do Simran are the kings of all. They're the kings of their own hearts. They're the king of all hearts. They're the winner of the five. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸਰਬ ਕੇ ਰਾਜੇ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਜੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਜੇ ਨੇ। ਭਾਵ ਕਾਮ, ਕ੍ਰੋਧ, ਲੋਭ, ਮੋਹ, ਹੰਕਾਰ, ਮਨ, ਇੰਦਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਤ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ, ਇੰਦਰੀਆਂ ਸਭ ਤੇ ਮਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਜੇ ਹਨ। Five vices. So that pretty much just means kam, krodh, lobh, moh, hankar. I just wrote as five vices. So like, so lust, anger, greed, attachment, and ego. Those who do Simran are the kings of all. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸਰਬ ਕੇ ਰਾਜੇ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਜੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸੁਖ ਵਾਸੀ। So ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ। Once again, don't forget to add the sasa here, the s. I think they're missing. They might be missing in quite, maybe in all your documents. So sa simrahe. Let's see if I wrote it here. Yeah, I got it right here to simrahe. Yeah, okay, did that. So prabhu ko simrahe se. Sorry, that's a long se, not short se, but se. Oho, they. So sokh vasi. If it's just sokh, that would mean sokh. Sokh vasi would mean the person that does nivas in sokh, the one that resides in sokh. Sokh vich vasan wale. Sokh vasi. The ones who reside in sokh. Sokh vich vasan wale. Sokh ch rehn wale, sokh ch leen. So Prabhu ko simre se sukhvasi. So Prabhu ji nu jo simran vyas har samay rom rom karke chete karde han. ओहो वाहिगुरु जी दे सिमरन अनहद चुनकार वाजे अनहद तूरे दे विस्माद व्यापक सदीव सुख वासी सुख च वासी वसन वाले हन. So this simran anhad chunkar that we will talk, that's coming up in not the next class but the session after that. Extremely deep gal. Been trying to look into this. It's a lot of information on this. Anhad Shabad Dasan Dwar is a book by Rantir Singh Ji that talks about this and the depth of it. But we will get into that and try to elaborate on that as much as we can. Yeah, beautiful stage, beautiful state. We'll talk about that. So those who do Simran reside in Sukh. Forever blissful state. So Prabhu ko Simre se Sukhvasi. Jere Simran karte ya Sukh cha vasde ne, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ Sukh cha ਨਿਵਾਸ ਆ. Those who do Simran reside in Sukh. And this Sukh, once again, it comes to us in different ways at different times on our journey. Sometimes dukh can become a sukh in that sense as well. Because Maharaj talks about dukh daru, sukh roga paya. Dukh is the medicine. Pain is the medicine. Sukh is the disease. Because jaha sukh tamena hoi, where there is sukh, there is no tamanna. Where there is sukh, there is no desire to meet the one. The person gets lost in material. Tapo raj, rajo narka. Banda tap kar karke, kat kar karke, raj bonda, fir raj to baad he falls in narka as well, because it's all sukh, right? There's no desire to achieve or meet the creator or meet the one. So in that sense, that dukh can become a sukh as well. Maharaj also talks about dukh, which is Sukhmani. Even when there's dukh, I drink it as, I take it as sukh. That's a different stage. As we walk on the path of Simran, as we walk on the path of Sikhi, which is Simran, as we walk on this path, these things eventually, slowly, sahaj pakhe so meetha hoye, that which is made with ease, holi jehdi cheez pakdi hai swad bhi bandi hai, mithi bhi hundi hai. So with ease, rehta reh jaye vikara, all these desires, these lusts and all these types of things, rehinde reh jande ne. Rang lagat hai. Love jehda, prem jehda ya, it lagda lag janda. It comes slowly, and then it just grows and grows, this love. So Prabhu calls him say Sukhvasi, and each of you reside in your own Sukh, and this Sukh means something different for each of you writing right now. Prabhu calls him say Sukhvasi. Prabhu calls him Prabhu Vaheguru Ji call to nu simre, remember, yaad karo simran karke, jede simran vyas karde ya. Well, what else do they get? Maharaj is giving data, man. Maharaj is giving boon, var dei jande ya. Boons upon boons. Sada, always, hamesha. Prabhu ko simrahe sada, always. Sada, hamesha. Abhinasi. Indestructible. Naas to rahe. So Prabhu ko simrahe sada abhinasi. Nasi abe. Naas to abe. Raheta. The one that cannot be destroyed, indestructible, Avinasi, Sokha Apanasana. The Avinasi Sokha, Avinasi. So Vaheguru ji nu Puran Prem Naal Yaad Karan Wale Premi Avinasi Brahm ji ch ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਸਦਾ ਅਵਿਨਾਸੀ ਨਾਸ ਤੋਂ ਰਹਿਤ ਅਵਿਨਾਸੀ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰੂਪੀ ਹਨ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰੂਪੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. So those who do Simran are indestructible. Those who do Simran are indestructible. They become the form of the indestructible Vaheguru. ਆਪਣੇ ਮੂਲ ਨੂੰ ਪਛਾਣ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹੀ ਸਰੂਪ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹੀ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. As you walk on this body, as you walk on the ladder of Simran, you will eventually become that form once again. You will eventually meet your true love once again. You will meet your soulmate once again. So those who do Simran are indestructible, become the form of the indestructible Vaheguru ji. Prabhu ko simrahe sada abhinasi. So those who do Simran become sada abhinasi. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰੂਪੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰੂਪੀ ਹਨ. ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਭਗਤ ਫਰੀਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਬਾਬਾ ਬੁੱਢਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਬਾਬਾ ਕਨਈਆ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਬਾਬਾ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਭਾਈ ਮਣੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਮਾਤਾ ਭਾਗ ਕੌਰ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸਦਾ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ. All right, guys, we have about 27, 26 minutes left. We still have a couple more lines to go. Maybe we could get to writing. So we are, this is number 5, I believe. Yeah, number 5. So after this session, we will have 3 more sessions. And then the first Astpadi will have gone through the first Astpadi. That middle, not next week, the week after that, there's a lot of depth in that. Next week, we will talk about Bhai Ladda ji as well. Sakhi Bhai Satan Balawandi and Bhai Ladda ji, how he became, what the definition of Paropkari is through his Jeevan, through his life. But for now, let's take, what is it? 25 minutes. Take about 15, maybe 12, 13 minutes. And let's write what some of this means to us in our current life. How does this relate to us? This section here, what do these lines mean to me? I know some of you like to take time in the evening and sort of journal this out every evening or towards the evening. But let's take some time out now as well. Sokhavasi, what does this mean to you? Prabhupada goes and says, Sarvake Raje, how does this relate to you in your current life right now? Say Be Mohtaje. Are you any going through Be Mohtaji right now? How can we get rid of this Be Mohtaji? How can we get rid of this Mohtaji? Or so if you're going through Mohtaji right now, can you become Be Mohtaji? Prabhupada goes and say Pork Pradhan. Prabhupada goes and say Jan Paravan. Say Patevante, say Tanavante. So let's get writing a bit and we'll come back in about say 12 minutes, 13 minutes, and we'll finish off with the remaining few lines. I could keep on scrolling. You guys could let me know if you guys missed anything. I could scroll through this and if you guys want to write anything as well. I'll play some kirtan in the meantime. So there's this option, it says share sound on Zoom. So if I do that, will you guys hear whatever I'm playing a bit more clearly? Is that what that means? Can I try it? Let me try it. I'm more
नानक सो तनी क्यों विसारिया उदरे जिस देना फिर फरमाया रकत बिंद कर निमिया रकत बिंद कर निमिया अगन उदर मुजार उर्द मुख कुचील विकल नरक घोर गुबार चेताई हर सिमरत तू ना जले मन तन उधार बिखम थानो जिस राखिया बिखम थानो जिस राखिया चेताई ਵਿਖਮ ਥਾਲੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਰਾਖਿਆ ਤਿਸ ਤਿਲ ਨ ਵਿਸਾਰ ਅੰਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਅੰਧ ਮਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਦੇਣਾ ਅੰਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਅੰਧ ਮਨ ਮਨ ਅੰਦੇ ਤਨ ਅੰਧ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਲਾਈਏ ਕਿਆ ਥੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਟੁੱਟਾ ਪੱਥਰ ਬੰਦ ਬੰਦ ਟੁੱਟਾ ਬੇੜੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਤੁਲਹਾ ਨਾ ਹਾਥ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੇਤੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸਾ ਚਾਈ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨ ਕੇਤੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸਾਥ ਖਸਮ ਛੋੜ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਉਹ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸੇ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਚੇਤਾਈ ਤਾਂ ਜੇਤ ਖਸਮ ਛੋੜ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸੇ ਬਨ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਨੇ ਨਿਨਾਜ ਸਾਜ ਹਮ ਕੀਏ तिसे बिसार अवर लगरी
तिसे बिसार अवर लगरी
रानी तू आया लाहलैन
रानी तू आया लाहलैन
रानी तू आया लाहलैन सोई कम कर जितम को उजला सोई कम कर जितम को उजला तू आया लाल खर्च बन चंगियाइयां खर्च बन चंगियाइयां मत मन जाने कल खर्च बने तू आया लाल
तू आया लाल
सो किछ कारी जित मैल न लागे
सो कुछ कारी जित मैल न लागे
सो किछ कारी फरीदा जिन्नी कमी ना है गुण बाबा फरीद जी शहादत दिंदे ने फरीदा फरीदा जिन्नी कमी ना है गुण ते कंबड़े विसार मत सिर मिंदा थी वई साईं दे दरबार चेताई ता चेत तू आया लालैन
तू आया लाल
मत सिर मिंदा थी वई साईं दे दरबार क्यों साहब आशा दी बात फरमाउंदे ने उथे सच्चा ही सच निकले साईं दे दरबार
साईं दे दरबार
उथे सच्चा ही सच निबड़े चुन वक्त कदे जजमालिया साईं दे दरबार
साईं दे दरबार
पूर्ण खुटे नानका और एक सच रही साईं दे दरबार ध्यान देना जी धर्म राय जब लेखा मांगे क्या मुख लेके जाएगा सिमरन भजन दया नहीं कीनी और तू मुख चोटा खाएगा साईं दे दरबार
साईं दे दरबार
तू मुख चोटा खाएगा साईं दे दरबार ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਾਪ ਕਰੇਂਦੜੀ ਸਰ ਪਰ ਮੁੱਠੇ ਅਜਰਾਈਲ ਫੜੇ ਫਰ ਕੁੱਠੇ ਦੋਜਕ ਪਾਏ ਸਿਰਜ ਨਿਹਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਲੇਖਾ ਮੰਗੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ
ਲੇਖਾ ਮੰਗੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ
ਲੇਖਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਲੇਖਾ ਬੜਾ ਕਰੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਸਖਤ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਦੀ आपने मिसाल दी गुरु नानक पातशाह ने लेखा मंगे बाणिया क्या मुख लेके जाएगा धर्म राय जब लेखा मांगे
धर्म राय जब लेखा मांगे
फिर लेखा कितना लेना जी दे किवार अनक पर्दे में परदारा संग भाके चित्र गुप्त जब लेखा मांगे तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके चेताई तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके ओ साईं दे दरबार तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके प्राणी तू आया ला लैन लगा किती कुफकड़े सब मुकुदी चली रैन
We'll come back in 2 minutes.
ओ सब मुकुदी चली रैन रहन दा भाव इत्थे रात नहीं है उम्र है रानी तू आया लाहन लगा कित कुफकड़े सब मुकदी चली रैन नानक दास तुझे समझावत सोई तम करी जित मुख उजड़ा गोबिंद मिल की ये तेरी बड़िया
गोबिंद मिल की थोड़ा आए हम जरा
ये तेरी बड़िया गोबिंद मिल की ये तेरी बरिया ये तेरी बरिया ये तेरी बरिया ओ बीज मिले ये तेरी
All right, guys, let's come back. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya meaning Gobind Vaheguru ji in the go indriyan de bin the one that gives light to all your senses or go tarti de bin palaka the one that raises the world. So Vaheguru ji Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya, this is your bariya, this is your opportunity, this is your chance, this is your turn. You can play this game, this is your turn then. Roll the dice, this is it. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya, this is your chance to meet Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya. This is your opportunity, this is your chance to meet Gobind. Gurbani translates Gurbani. It's always Bani that translates Gurbani. You'll see if anyone's translating Gurbani, if there's a yatha or a tatha meaning, a proof of that arth, like Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya, and you take any line, man. Prabh ko simhe sada banasi. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya, you combine it with Prabh ko simhe sada banasi. Sim jede sada banasi ya Vaheguru ji ya ona tusi simran karo, or by doing simran you will become a banasi. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya, this is your opportunity to meet the creator. That's meeting the creator, right? So Gurbani always plays with Gurbani in that way. It's a beautiful game that takes place. If you hear a shabd going on and you're reading a shabd, it always is interconnected. There's so much beauty in the connection of it. People, you hear Pagaji play like multiple money at one time. You always be in the ras, he's always been doing, well, this is meaning this here, and this translates to this, and this is, he's just playing in that realm, he's just playing in that game. And that ajap ajap that sounds, and that naam ras that comes, is amrit. Even like there's one amrit we take from Panj Pyare. So we take, if you become a Amritari, there's a, from externally you take it inwardly, and then there's another Amrita, Duatiya. So that Nam Ras that comes from within, that Nam Ras is the taste. Saliva shoots from the bottom of our tongue there. If we see something delicious, we see delicious food, but saliva will shoot out and it'll fill our mouth with saliva because we're thirsty for that food or whatever it might be. Gurbani itself has a ras to it. Nam ras, when we talk about, that's a physical ras that individuals that walk on the path of Simran start tasting. There's a taste to this. It's not just Oda. There's a lot to this. Amritapiya, Sataguradiya, Avaranojana, Duatiya. Then there was no second or third when I tasted that Nam Rasa. So Prabhu Simran Sada Vinasi. So we're Simran te lage jin aape dayala. Simran. Well, okay, so let's write this out. Simran, you guys know Simran. Te lage, te. So te, we're talking about a person here. Those, they, oho. So Simran te lage, oho lagde ne. Those attach. Simran te lage, they attach. Oh lagde ne. Jen, upon whom. Jinate. Jina utte, upon whom. So Simran, Vaheguru karne wale, jehde Simran karne wale ne, te oho lage, attach. Kaun lagde ne? Aape. Jina te Vaheguru ji aape. They themselves, Vaheguru ji aap Vaheguru ji. Dayala, ਕਿਸੇ ਤੇ ਦਇਆ ਕਰਨੀ, ਜਿਨ ਤੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦਇਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, merciful, whoever ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ is merciful upon. So ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਦਇਆਲਾ. ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਦਿਆਲ ਹੋਣ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਦਿਆਲ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਧਨਵੰਤੇ, ਪਾਤੇਵੰਤੇ, ਪਰਵਾਨ, ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ, ਬੇਮੁਹਤਾਜੇ, ਰਾਜੇ, ਸੁਖਵਾਸੀ, ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ, ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਜਨ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਸਦਾ ਲੀਨ ਹਨ. In other words, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, whoever Vaheguru Ji is merciful upon, those wealthy, honorable, supreme, carefree, bemotaje, royal, blissful, indestructible, avinasi, individuals attached to Simran. Those individuals are absorbed in Simran. Janate Vaheguru Ji aap kirpa karan. For example, a form of kirpa, all you guys right now writing this out, that is Maharaj's dayalta, that is Maharaj mercy, Maharaj kirpa, Maharaj grace, that getting to write this out, getting to understand this, getting to read this, getting to do abhyas of this, getting to do Simran. Anytime you do Simran, that is a daat. You talk about your Maharaj kirpa karnge, fir ho, when Maharaj does kirpa, then this will happen. Maharaj is doing kirpa. When does Maharaj not do kirpa, man? Maharaj is always kirpalu. So you guys just doing this, that's kirpa in its own way. That's kirpa in itself. And once again, it's the body, right? You keep walking, you'll start flowing with some of these things. Some of these things will start happening. So, but look at the Datta Maharaj gave here in this body. So Simran te lage jin aap de Allah, ohi Simran che lag dene jina te Maharaj ji kirpa kar dene. For example, you guys doing this right now, that's kirpa upon kirpa. So yeah, go ahead, write that down, and we'll move on. Stay here for about a minute. So whomever Vaheguruji is merciful upon, those individuals do Simran. Those individuals are absorbed in Simran. Yeah, daya and compassion might be similar, or it might be there might be a distinction in the sense that compassion is the thought of to be compassionate. Actual daya is also an act of doing something for someone. So you being merciful upon someone, there's an act that takes place and you actually do the kirpa. That might be a distinction, might not be. But yeah, you might be able to say compassionate here as well. Yeah. So Simran te lage jin aap dayala, ohi Simran te lagde ne, ohi Gurbani padde ne, jina te Maharaj ji kirpa karde ne, Nanak Janaki Mangar wala. And once again, where Guru Sahib ji writes, man. So Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji. So the fifth body of Guru Nanak Dev Sahib ji. Jan, a lover, a devotee, a pyara. Ki, the, of. Manga, asks. Mangde ne, mangdaya, mangde ne. Ravala, Ravala is Charanatur, the dust of an individual's feet. Panjve Bashi writes this. Being a guru, sitting on a throne, having immense amounts of power, he still writes this. Guru Sahib Maharaj says, Dasan Das, tina pyariyan di par pavitra charan tood mangdaya. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib ji says, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ this right here, ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਦਿਆਲਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਦਿਆਲਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਨ ਕੀ ਮੰਗੇ ਰਵਾਲਾ. Guru Sahib ji says, I ask for the dust of the feet of those that do simran. Extremely humble. And he's saying this to his Sikhs. And Sikh bhi kidna de honge. He's saying this to you guys, like you guys, this Bani is speaking to all of us. Maharaj is saying this to us. Nanak Janaki Mangarawala. I ask for the dust of those that do Simran. You guys do Simran. Maharaj thadi chantur mangde. What kind of kinni dungiai di gall ya, kinni humbleness di gall ya Maharaj kar rahe. ਸੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਨ ਕੀ ਮੰਗੈ ਰਵਾਲਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, 10 ਦਾਸ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਪਰਮ ਪਿੱਤਰ ਚਰਨ ਧੂੜ ਮੰਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ says, ask for the dust of the feet of those that do Simran. All right. There is Gatka. If anyone, there's a women's class, only women's class as well, that takes place today, I believe 5 to 7 p.m. at Jyoth Prakash. There's a kids class that takes place too at Jyoth Prakash Gurdwara, Gatka. There's a guys class as well that takes place there as well, 5 to 7, behind the Langar, hall number 2 or 3. I believe that's starting back up today as well. Next week, we will go through Ramko Simone Se Parapakari. We'll start here and we'll go through that. I think it'll be pretty cool. I ask you guys or request you guys, if you guys don't already have a name going, a daily practice, maybe establish some sort of daily practice of Simran or of the Pauri that we read and the Pauri that we write. So it gets sown inside your hearts and you guys have it with you forever. And you can utilize it anytime you may need, here on, after this time. You know, if the body goes, maybe even then it's useful. It's with you. Keep it with you. Dig it deep down inside and have some sort of daily practice. Appreciate you guys coming out. I'll see you all next week. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
क्यों डिठो कड़ियाल ਇਹਨੇ ਦੋਸਾਂ ਮਾਰੀਏ ਹਮ ਦੋਸਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਿਆ ਹਾਲ ਘੜੀਏ ਘੜੀਏ ਮਾਰੀਏ ਪਹਿਰੀ ਲੈ ਸਜਾਏ ਸੋਹੇੜਾ ਕੜਿਆਲ ਜਿਉ ਦੁਖੀ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਿਹਾਏ बुढ़ा हुआ शेख फरीद कमण लगी दे जे सौ वरिया जीवना पीतन हो सीखे फरीदा बार पर आया बैसना साई मुझे न दे जे तू एवे रखसी जियो शरीरों ले कंध कुहाड़ा सिर कड़ा बन के सर
ਗੌੜੀ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਸਲੋਕ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਆਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਏ ਨਮః ਅਸ਼ਟਪਦੀ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸੁਖੋ ਪਾਵੋ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਤਨ ਮਾਹੇ ਮਿਟਾਵੋ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਜਾਸੋ ਬਿਸੰਪਰ ਏਕੈ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਅਗਨਤ ਅਨੇਕੈ ਵੇਦ ਪੁਰਾਨ ਸਿਮਰਿਤ ਸੁਧਾਖਿਆਰ ਇਨੇ RAM ਨਾਮ ਇੱਕ ਆਖਿਆਰ किनका एक जिसु जी बसावै ताकि मांगनी न आवै कांखी एक दरस तुहारो नानक उन संग मोहे उधारो सुख मनी सुख अमृत प्रभ नाम भगत जना कै मन विश्राम रहाओ प्रभ कै सिमरन घर बिन बसै प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख जामो नसै प्रभ कै सिमरन काल पर हरै प्रभ कै सिमरन दोष मानो टरै प्रभ सिमरत काछो बेगनो न लागै, प्रभ कै सिमरन आन दिनो जागै, प्रभ कै सिमरन भव न व्यापै, प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख न संतापै, प्रभ का सिमरन साध कै संगे, सर्ब निदान नानक हर रंगे। प्रभ कै सिमरन रिद्धि सिद्धि नौ निधि, प्रभ कै सिमरन ज्ञान ध्यान तत् बुद्धि, प्रभ कै सिमरन जप तप पूजा, प्रभ कै सिमरन बिन सै दूजा, प्रभ कै सिमरन तीरथ इसनानी, प्रभ कै सिमरन दरगाह मानी, प्रभ कै सिमरन होए सो भला, प्रभ कै सिमरन सो फल फला, से सिमरहे जिन आप सिमराए, नानक ताकै लागो पाए। प्रभ का सिमरन सब ते ऊंचा, प्रभ कै सिमरन उधरे मूचा, प्रभ कै सिमरन तृष्णा बुझै, प्रभ कै सिमरन सब किछ सुझै, प्रभ कै सिमरन नाही जम त्रासा, प्रभ कै सिमरन पूरन आसा, प्रभ कै सिमरन मन की मल जाए, अमृत नाम हृद माहे समाए, प्रभ जी बस है साध की रसना, नानक जन का दासन दसना। प्रभ को सिमरहे से धनवंते, this last week's प्रभ को सिमरहे से पातेवंते, प्रभ को सिमरहे से जन परवान, प्रभ को सिमरहे से पुरख प्रदान, प्रभ को सिमरहे से बेमोहताजे, प्रभ को सिमरहे से सर्ब के राजे, प्रभ को सिमरहे से सुखवासी, प्रभ को सिमरहे सदा अविनाशी, सिमरन ते लागे जिन आप दयाला, नानक जन की मंगर वाला। Today's प्रभ को सिमरहे से पर उपकारी, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन सद बलिहारी, प्रभ को सिमरहे से मुख सुहावे, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन सूखे बिहावै, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन आत्म जीता, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन निर्मल रीता, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन आनंद कनेरे, प्रभ को सिमरहे बस है हरे नेरे, संत कृपा ते अन दिनो जागे, नानक सिमरन पूरै भागे। Guys, if we could we'll go through last week's, what we did. प्रभ को सिमरहे से ਧਨਵੰਤੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹੀ ਨਾਮ ਰੂਪੀ ਧਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ, ਸੰਸਾਰਿਕ ਰੂਪੀ ਧਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। those who do simran are the ones with the wealth of naam. They are the wealthy ones. We can say the wealth of the world as well here. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਪਾਤੇਵੰਤੇ, ਉਹੀ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। those who do simran are people of honor, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਜ਼ਤ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ। ਜਿਸ ਨੀਚ ਕੋ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਜਾਣੇ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਚੌਂਕਟ ਮਾਨੇ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਚਾਰਾਂ ਕੁੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਜਨ ਪਰਵਾਨ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹੀ ਜਨ, ਉਹੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ, ਉਹੀ ਭਗਤ, ਉਹੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਭਿਆਸੀ ਭਗਤ ਹਨ, ਉਹੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਭਾਵ ਕਬੂਲ ਹਨ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਪੁਰਖ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੁਰਖ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਆ, ਉਹੀ ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਆ, ਉਹੀ ਮੁਖੀ ਨੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਬੇਮੁਹਤਾਜੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹੀ ਬੇਮੁਹਤਾਜੇ ਨੇ, ਭਾਵ the ones that do simran, they are carefree, ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਮੁਤਾਜ਼ਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ, they don't look to anyone for any favors, they're not sucking up to anyone for anything, they're content within Shabd itself. If they want anything, they ask Maharaj. ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸਰਬ ਕੇ ਰਾਜੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਜੇ ਨੇ, ਭਾਵ the ones that do ਸਿਮਰਨ ਉਹੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੰਦਰੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਜਿੱਤ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਬੂ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮਨ ਜੀਤੇ ਜਗ ਜੀਤ ਵਾਲੀ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। those that do ਸਿਮਰਨ, they are the kings of all, you know, they win their own vices within them, they're the rulers of their own minds, they're the rulers of everyone's heart, man ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਨ mostly। ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸੁਖ ਵਾਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਦਾ ਹੀ ਸੁਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਵਾਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, they stay in a state of ਸੁਖ, in a blissful state, so the ones that do simran, they reside in ਸੁਖ। ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸਦਾ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਪ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ ਸਰੂਪ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਅਬਿਨਾਸ ਸਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ you know how a wave comes over but then it goes back into water, it's the same form, they realize their own form, their true essence, their true nature, and they merge back. Those who do simran, they're indestructible, and they they merge back with that indestructible Vaheguru, that Abhinasi, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਸ ਤੋਂ ਰਹਿਤ ਆ, the one that's pervading everywhere, the Hari, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਰਾ ਭਰਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ। ਹਾਰੇ they use, you know, like if a jungle, we go to a jungle or something and it's like dried out and everything, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫਿਰ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਜੇ ਹਰਾ ਭਰਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ, ਪ੍ਰਫੁੱਲਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ, so that's where the name Hari comes from। ਹਾਰੇ ਸਿਮਰਨੇ होला ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਹੈ ਦਇਆਲਾ। ਤੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਕੌਣ ਆ ਭਾਈ? ਸਿਮਰਨ ਉਹੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਦਿਆਲ ਹੋਣ। ਸੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, whoever ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ is merciful upon, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਉਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਮ ਧਨ ਵਾਲੇ, honorable, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਖੀ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੇਅਰਫ੍ਰੀ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੇਮੁਹਤਾਜੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੋਇਲ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਲਿਸਫੁਲ ਸੁੱਖ ਦੇ ਆਨੰਦ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ ਪੁਰਸ਼, ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ ਸਰੂਪ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਪੁਰਸ਼, ਉਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹੀ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ they are the ones that attach to Simran, they are the ones that get lean in Simran, they are the ones that become one with Simran। ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਹੈ ਦਇਆਲਾ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਦਿਆਲ ਹੋਣ। ਨਾਨਕ ਜਨ ਕੀ ਮੰਗੈ ਰਵਾਲਾ, ਪੰਜ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਦੀ ਹੱਦ ਜਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਫਰਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਦਸ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਪਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਚੰਨ ਧੂੜ ਮੰਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ showing mad humbleness is saying, I ask for the dust of the feet of those that do Simran। You guys are writing, you guys are doing Simran, you guys are practicing. Maharaj is saying this in a sense towards the Sikhs. It's also teaching us how to live in the world, how to be humble. Lot of Sikhya that goes through this. Obviously, don't let anyone take you for granted or anything. Be humble, but also state your peace. Be firm in whatever you believe in as well. Nanak jan ki mangai rawala. So today we will start with Prabhu ko simrahe se parupakari. So we'll start here. I ask you guys once again to turn your phones off, put them on silent, put them on mute, be present here. You guys have decided to show up. I know it's easy to go and check your phone once in a while when we're doing this, and you know, maybe something's not flowing or your mind might be running, or what are we going to eat later on, what's happening tonight, you know. Shown up here, try to stay present with the work that you're about to put in, with the work that Maharaj is about to offer you, give you, and yeah, so let's get flowing. before we start, just to zone the mind in. What I was talking about Simran, if we can do Simran, we'll keep it as Simran. Sukhjot Kaur, if you're around, we'll just do straight Simran. I'll say it and you repeat, and Sangat can repeat when Sukhjot Kaur. If you're around, Sukhjot. Oh, hold on, let me see. 1 second. Sukhjot, are you here now?
Hanji, I'm here.
Okay. So if we can do Simran and Sukhjot Kaur, if you can repeat after, and Sangaji, if you can repeat after as well. We'll try to zone in for a few moments. And if the mind runs, that's okay. Bring it back with love. The mind goes into thought. What are we eating later on today? What are we doing? I wonder who's texting me. I wonder why that's vibrating. Bring it back to the shabd, bring the attention back. And this is the practice. This is how the mind starts becoming present. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on about mindfulness and being present in the moment. We are present in the moment with shabd. That's Sikhi. Sikhi is present in the moment with shabd, and from there everything flows. So let's do that. Vaheguru.
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 So that's that presence, staying in the presence of your guru. Sagal dwar ko chhad ke keho to har dwar, I've left all doors and I've come to your door. Sagal dwar ko chhad ke keho to har dwar, mahenge ki laaj as Govind das tohar. Maharaj, a servant is one. That's the door Maharaj is talking about. That stays at that door. That stays at the door of concentration and shabad. What you guys are practicing, what you guys just practiced right now. That's Sikhi. Ain't nothing beyond that. That's everything. The shabad and the ton. Putting your concentration in the ton and staying present there. From there, realization comes. Mera kavan guru jiska tu chela. Who's your guru? Whose follower are you? The Siddhs asked Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj. He goes, Savad the Guru, the Shabd is the Guru, and my concentration and my Sart is that Chela is the follower. Body might be here, body might not be here. But your Sart, your concentration, your Man is always with you. And putting that in Shabd, that's the game. That's what it's all about. So let's come back to the present. Maybe some of you guys got to experience a calm. Maybe some of you didn't. Maybe for some of us, the mind was running wild, even more wild. And that's okay, because that's all a part of the journey. So we say, kala chaddi kala is that whatever happens, tika, even in Simran, even when you're trying to focus and the mind's not focusing, accepting that as, evi pane chiya, evi this and mara well too, don't worry, it'll come back. It'll uddam karan lead you to living and trying, always trying, not giving up. Sex jivan, right? It's a definition of sex. Always learning, always going towards that. So even if the mind doesn't stay, that's okay. It's not used to it. It's not used to that practice. It's not used to staying with its guru. It's not used to staying with Shabda. It's not used to that depth. It might be afraid of no conversations in the head, because we live generally in a place where conversations always flow. So to say the conversations are closing off and all we're doing is being present with Shabd and nothing else, it might be a scary place to go, but it's a beautiful place to be. And let that go, let that concentration go. So Prabhu calls him, say Parapokari. If you guys go pull up your pages and let's get writing. I know if you guys entered earlier, you guys probably saw that, we're playing Bhakt Farid Sahib Ji's Bani today. Bhakt Farid Sahib Ji, this slok, one of my favorite Banis. Beautiful. I was actually lying down. So anytime I sleep, I always play Bani. Lying down earlier today. I was listening to that. And there was some of it was like flowing with it, in and out, coming in, concentration coming out and listening to the Bani, going back into like sleep and coming out and listening. And it's just a beautiful Bani, Bhakt Farid Sahib Ji's Bani, and very extremely deep Bani, extremely beautiful as well. And it's his Jivan, you could see throughout his writing, the struggles that he goes through and the connection that he's trying to make, he's trying to connect his man to Paramatma, and the stuff he talks about, that longing, that the way he writes, his longing and everything is beautiful, man. Hopefully we'll get to write that out one of these days as well. But it's a very Vairagame Bani. It's a Bani that takes the concentration into a very Vairagame state. So yeah, maybe we'll see. Get to do that in a few years or whatever's next. Let's see. Okay, so Prabhu calls Semrahe Se Paropokari. Prabhu Vaheguru Ji. Call to Nu Simrahe, remember. Do simran of, meditate upon, yaad karna. Say, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, say, they, paropakari, philanthropist, benefactor, one that serves other, ਪਰਾਇਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ, ਪਰਾਏ ਤੇ ਉਪਕਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ, ਪਰ ਉਪਕਾਰੀ, ਪਰ ਪਰਾਇਆਂ ਤੇ on others, ਉਪਕਾਰ, seva, service. So someone that does service of others. So Prabhu ko simrahe se paropakari. If you see this say with a la here, that's a long a sound. So you'll say this as say. If it was a sihari, you would say that's se, like this. Simrahe se, simrahe. Say is a long sound. Oh yeah, thanks for that reminder. Ramanuritya, simrahe. We had to add the sasa here as well. So let me see if, let me go ahead and see if, yeah, it's missing on all of, we'll start writing it as we continue on. So Prabhu ko simrahe se paropakari. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮੀ, ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮ means without a kamana, without a desire. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੇਵਾ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਪਰਾਏ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਉਪਕਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਾਨ ਹਨ. They are known as paropakaris. So those that do simran, they do seva of others. They are paropakari. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਹਨ. There used to be ਰਾਗੀ ਸਤਾਂ ਰਾਗੀ ਬਲਵੰਡ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਚ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ. So their daughter was, one of their daughters was getting married and they asked money from ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ for the wedding. And ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ said ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਆਹ ਆ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਵਾਧਾ ਦਿਖਾਵਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਵਾਲਾ. And ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ 100 ਦਾਵਣਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ gave him 100 rupees and they gave it to him. But they're like, are you kidding me? The Panjab Pasha, like, are you kidding me? That's not enough. And Panjab Pasha, he said, you know, I gave you everything I have. Don't worry about it. Like, it's not a big thing. But they are very angry by Satta, by Bulawanaji, and they walked away. Next day, they didn't come to do Kirtan, Maharaj Darbar. Panjab Pasha Darbar, they didn't come to do Kirtan. So Panjab Pasha in Sakhape, he's like, ਭਾਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ ਬਈ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਨਾ, bring them. So 6 went there and the 6 like, you know, Panjab Pasha calling you guys to come to Kirtan. And Bhai Satta Bhai Balwant ji, they're like, yo, what have we done? What have we gained by doing Kirtan? Panjab Pasha Darbar ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਗੁਰਗੱਦੀ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੀ ਆ. Got in a little bit ego, quite a bit ego, started talking from a different perspective. Kind of, you know, that when that greed enters the mind, you lalach dokh bhari, lalach chhadho andhe ho, lalach dokh bhari is lot of dokh and lalach, lot of dokh in greed as well. So Panjab Pasha is, you know, the 6 came back like Panjab Pasha, and then Panjab Pasha sent 6 a second time and she nahi aayi. So Panjab Pasha thought bhai Bhai Mardana ji de samay de kirtan karde hunde, you know, this is Bhai Mardana ji's the lineage, they come in, they're doing kirtan from that time, I should go myself. Panjve Pasha goes and meets with them. Panjve Pasha goes and they didn't get up. They didn't get up and Maharaj Satkar, man Satkar bhi nahi kita, changi tarah bulaya bhi nahi. And Panjve Pasha goes, bhai thada bhari satkar ya sangat de vich, bhai Satguru Sahib ji thonu hor maya bakshange, bhai you know you're honored in Guru Sahib's court, you guys are the main kirtani, you get money comes and goes, let's go do kirtan, let the sangat hear you guys. And Balavanda says, he goes, these treasures, Maharaj, you speak of these treasures. He goes, where are these treasures? I haven't seen these treasures. Because we've been doing kirtan for so long with you. And, you know, he goes, the wedding is costing us 1,000 rupees. It's like, it's not enough what you gave us. He goes, it was because of our elders. It was only when Guru Nanak Sahib Ji kept Bhai Mardana Ji with him. At that time, he became known in all four directions. Same with Duje Pasha, Tije Pasha, Chauthe Pasha. It wasn't until the Rababi Kirtani came and started doing Kirtan, they became known. You know, Sangat comes from all this land and all other lands, and they listen to us do Kirtan. You know, it's because of us that this is all happening. We'll see who comes to you now if we're not there doing Kirtan. Panjve Pasha comes in to beat us. And he goes, you know, you can't be saying that about Pehle Pasha, you can't be saying that about Guru Sahib Ji. He goes, bhai Guru Sahib Ji da loan kha ke, loan harami ban ke, ninda karke tusi fit gaye ho. So Panjve Pasha goes, tusi fit gaye, you've gone astray. You know, you eat from Guru Nanak Sahib Ji's house and you're talking like that about Guru Sahib Ji, tusi fit gaye ho. And so Panjve Pasha comes back to Sangat. He gives the Sangat a bara. Bachan kite Maharaj ne, Panjve Pasha ji ne, we say he gave them boons, bhai tusi bhai var dete, bhai sangat hi kirtan karo, bhai sangat tusi kirtan karo, sangat start doing kirtan. Undo Patane Sahib to sangat ayu sigi, so sangat had come from Patna Sahib, and they're like, where's Bhai Satta and Balavana ji, you know, they usually do kirtan here, where are they? Panjve Pasha said, they did in India, Guru Sahib ji, they've gone astray, they've lost their way. You know, whoever meets them, they'll get dukh. And Panjve Pasha said, bhai ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਦੇ ਕਾਲ ਖਚਾੜੀ ਜਾਊਗੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗਧੇ ਤੇ ਬਿਠਾ ਕੇ ਕਮਾਇਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ. Panjve Pasha went harsh like that. He said that. Now, on the other hand, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ, ਭਾਈ ਸੱਤਾ ਭਾਈ ਪਲਵੰਡ ਜੀ, they got leprosy. And so then no one wants to talk to these guys, and they come to Bhai Ladda ji. Bhai Ladda, but he used to live in Lahore. They go to Bhai Ladda ji's house. Bhai Ladda ji shuts the door. It's like, yo, mera guru da hukam hai, bhai nahi mathe lagana, kise thode mathe nahi lagana. Bhai Ladda ji shut the door. They stand outside his door. They're begging him, Bhai Ladda ji, please help us. Help us. You know, talk to Maharaj for us. Like, you know, we're going through a lot of pain. And Bhai Ladda ji thought that he goes, Mithyatan nahi paravkara. Bhai Ladda ji started doing simran. He's thinking, and he's like, you know, Mithyatan nahi paravkara. That body which does not serve others is mithya. It's like a dead body if you don't put your body in service of anyone else. So then he thought, you know what? He opened the door, he let him in. He goes, don't worry. He goes, we'll do something about this. And Bhai Ladda ji is thinking now. He goes, main apna muh aap hi kala karke, ta main gade te chad ke, I'll go myself. I'll do that myself. So before Panjve Pasha could even, you know, say anything, Bhai Ladda ji leaves the hall towards Amritsar. But he leaves. He puts a kalak on his muh, and he gets on a gada, on a donkey, and he puts a toll around his neck, and toll vajonde, he goes towards Amritsar. So doing his own basically, not caring what others are thinking. Why? To help out Bhai Satta and Bhai Palawan ji. Feri Mara de Kirtani Re, Inna Satakare, just to help them out. And so they do Parkarma of Amritsar, and they get to, then now after they do Parkarma, they're going towards Panjve Pasha. Panjve Pasha realizes that Bhai Ladda ji is here, and this is his halat, what's happening. Panjve Pasha Chhad Singhasan Har ji aaye, they left their throne and they go towards Bhai Ladda ji. At first, Panjve Pasha got tears in his eyes, like, Ladda ji, what are you doing? He gets Bhai Ladda ji off the donkey, and Bhai Ladda ji goes and he tries to touch his feet. Panjve Pasha hugs him. And Bhai Ladda ji is like, Maharaj, before I say what I came to say, if there's any other punishment, let me know. let me give that to me first, and then let me speak. And Banji Pashi in tears, he's like, what are you talking about? He goes, you should have ordered me from Lahore, whatever you wanted, it would have happened. Why would you do this? And then Banji Pashi is like, all right, the people with you. He goes, "Unna nu bakhsh liya." He goes, I forgive them. Bring them in. And that's a Saki by Laddaji. And then Banji Pashi said, he goes, this Parupakari Sakhi of yours, he goes, it'll last forever. And he goes, Panth, Banji Pashi also said there, he goes, Panth de vich bahut Parupakari Mahapurush honge. Tiritari Parupakari Mahapurush honge. There will be many Mahapurushes in the Panth that are Parupakari. And we've seen them come and go, many more Parupakaris since that time. So that was a Sakhi on a Prabhupada Simrahe Se Parupakari. And I would even say this, the ones that do Simran Parupakari, yeah, in that form, but they're also Parupakaris, the ones that just do Simran, because if you've ever gone around someone that's a Simran, that's an Abhyasi, that's a practitioner, and there's a certain aura, there's a certain presence around them. Yeah, speaking is one way of communication, nonverbal communication is another way of communication, which they say is at a higher, a lot of our communication is nonverbal, but I take that even further, and I'll say a lot of our communication is at an energy level. So if you've gone around Abhyasi Purushas and you've seen Abhyasi Jan Jede, you've seen the practitioners, that deep practitioners, there's a sense of calm that comes within you. So the Parupakari part there, from my view, would be that they have many cells inside them, first of all. So the one that's doing it, we all do. We have many cells inside us. And you're, first of all, cleaning out those cells and helping out all these cells. And all these cells are living cells inside us, man. And they all have Jyotan, they all have Prakash inside them, they all have Mara Jyot inside them too, right? They're living organisms. And then, so onada vipala ho gaya, the environment they walk in. So Than, so Havara, Raje Jithe Jai, Behe Mera Satguru, wherever my Satguru goes and sits, that place, that location becomes beautiful. That location becomes Sohava. So even like that, they're spreading their presence, their aura. So when they go and they do that, even amongst Sangata, even amongst walking around and talking to people, I believe that is a form of Parupakara as well. But then, yeah, we also have the lineage. You look at Baba Kanaiyaji, the lineage from there, like Baba Kanaiyaji, he started giving water, and he started giving, water to the enemy at that time. And the Sikhs are like, they complained to Guru Gobind Singh Ji, Maharaj, Bhai Kanaiyaji, he's giving water to the enemies. And so Guru Gobind Singh Ji calls him, he goes, Bhai Kanaiyaji, it's a complaint. The Singhs are saying that you're giving water to the enemy. What's going on? And he goes, Maharaj, I don't see anyone but you in everything. He goes, Maharaj, I only see the one in everything. He goes, in the enemies, because I don't even see him as enemies. Maharaj, Paramatma vastaya. And Guru Gobind Singh Ji got happy. Khosh ho gaya Maharaj. He goes to him, you give water, here's malampatti, here's band-aids and all that other stuff. He goes, yo, I say yo, but he goes, Maharaj said, give this to him as well. Una de avi laya karo. So Maharaj ne bakshiya, Bhai Kanaiyaji bakshiya. As you can, even look at modern age, man, we got like people like Khal Sahib going around, and how many of these guys are Sangat is going around and serving others, and it's built in, right? It's built into the system, the Sikhi system is built into others, is built into the blood. Say Parupakari. All right, so let's go to the next line. Prabhu se marhe ten sad balehari. Once again, Prabhu call. Okay, so yeah, just add the S here, the sasa, if it's missing for you guys. Se marhe. So Prabhu calls se marhe ten sad balehari. Ten So Prabh Vaheguru Ji call to Nu Simre, remember, yaad karte, the ones that remember, tin. Now we're talking about the ones that remember, tin, them, tinna. Sad is always. Balihari, sacrifice. Right, the arth. So ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ saying ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭਾਈ ਲੱਦੇ ਜੀ ਜੈਸੇ ਮਹਾਨ ਪਰਵਕਾਈ ਧੀਰਜ ਧਾਰੀ ਨੂਰੋ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਵ ਵਿਆਪਕ ਸਰਵ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ਕ ਸਦਾ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਗਰੀਬ ਤਿਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਨੇਕ ਵਾਰ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying, I am always a sacrifice to those who do sermon. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਦ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰ ਹੈ ਤਿੰਨ ਸਦ ਬਲਿਹਾਰੀ the ones that do sermon I'm always a sacrifice to them. I give myself to them. So ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਗਰੀਬ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਨੇਕ ਵਾਰ ਬਲਿਹਾਰ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ I'm always a sacrifice to them. ਕਿਹੜੇ the ones that do sermon, the ones that do abhyas, the highest path. The reason we're here. Ayo sunan padhan ko bani, to listen and to read Bani. That's why we're here. So Prabhu ko simar hai tin sad balihari. We move on. Prabhu ko simar hai so Vaheguru Ji call to know simar hai yaad karna remember say those or they oho Mukh is move, face. So those faces, the ones that do Simran, those faces, mukh jade ya. You can take this towards mouths eventually, I guess, when we translate it. But the akhri artha mukh is face. Sohave, beautiful, Mara writes, it's so beautiful. Sohave means beautiful, praiseworthy. Shobhani, shobha wale. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਮੁਖ, those mukhs of the ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਧੰਨ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਮੁਖ ਸ਼ੋਭਨੀਕ ਮੁਖੀ ਹਨ, ਸ਼ੋਭਨੀਕ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਮੁਖੀ ਹਨ। Agni also does the artha mukh here as mukhi, as what we said, Sejan Pradhan, as mukhi. So he brings that up back right here as well. So the faces of the ones who do Simran are beautiful. So Prabhu ko Simran hai, the ones that do Simran, same mukh, those faces, those mouths, those faces, sohave, are beautiful. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਸ਼ੋਭਨੀਕ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਮੁਖੀ ਵੀ ਹਨ, ਸ਼ੋਭਨੀਕ ਵੀ ਹਨ, but the ones that do Simran, their faces are beautiful. I think the line Marago says, Sundar Sohne, Sadhu Sangat Jan Behne, they are beautiful who go and sit in Sangat. Mani also talks about Sadhaka Sangat Nahi Kachokal, Darsano Pet at the Hot Nihal. The beautiful thing about Sangat is that, like when we try to do Simran on our own, we're trying on our own. There's a lot of effort that has to be made. We're sitting in our own homes and we're doing that. The beautiful thing about Sangat is when you go to Sangat, is niryatan at times. Maharaj says, Sadhaka Sangat Nahi Kachokal. There's no attempt in Sangat. There's no hardness, like I gotta try, you gotta keep it. You just go and sit in Sangat and you're getting it. Because all of the energy flowing in Sangat is that of Simran. You got practitioners sitting around and they're practicing. That energy is rubbing off on you. It's like going to the gym. You try to work at home. Some of us can. I find it very difficult if I'm not in an environment where other people are working out and doing the same thing, and I get inspiration from that. Sangat is the same way. And I was listening to Katha from one of the Sangzi, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday morning they were doing Katha. And he pointed that out, and he was just talking about Sangat and the importance of Sangat. And I thought it was a great point that, yeah, there is no attempt in Sangat, like from that perspective. It's you go there and you sit there and naturally states of calm start arising usually. And sometimes it doesn't, depends on where we're sitting up on that day, depends on what's going on in our life at that time, right? But I find it much easier than sitting by myself and trying to do Simran. So, same Mokha Sohave, the ones that do Simran, their faces are beautiful. Rab ko Simrahe. Yeah, the sasa here again is for Simrahe. Vaheguru Ji too, Simrahe, remember. Then Now we're talking about them again. Who? The ones that remember. You guys are noticing a pattern here. The way Punjabi writes. And each Guru Sahib, I mean, they have their own style of writing. And as you start going through, you come familiar with it. Ram ko sim rahe tin them. Tinanu. What happens? Sukhe. Kakhinasari sukhe sokha. So sukhe means sokha. You might see it like without the lankada. This is su. You might see as sokhe. You might see as sokha. You might see as sokho. It all means sokha though. Sukhi, the person who's sukhi. Behava. Behava means batit hunda, passing of time, the flow of time. So Prabhu calls Marahe, then Sukhe Behava, also Sukhe, Sukhe Behava, passing of time. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਸੰਤ ਜੀ ਪਾਨ ਪੂਜਨੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਰੂਪ ਸੱਚੇ ਅਸਮਾਨ ਹਰੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਨ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਨਾਲ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਸੋ ਦੋਜ਼ that do ਸਿਮਰਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਜੀਵਨ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਅਨਹਦ ਚੁਨਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਆਤਮਾਨੰਦ ਸੁਖ ਮਾਣਦਿਆਂ ਵਿਹਾਰ ਬਤੀਤ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ so their ਜੀਵਨ their ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਜੀਵਨ in states of anhad chanakar atmananda rasa maandeya patita hunda hai so the life of those who remember Vaheguru Ji passes, it flows in sukh. So the life of those who remember Vaheguru Ji, who japa Vaheguru mantra, who chant, who consistently start walking on this path, their time flows, it passes in spiritual bliss and sukh. Their life passes in spiritual bliss and sukh. The life of those who remember Vaheguru Ji passes in sukh, flows in sukh. Rab ko simrahe ten sukhe behave. Beautiful line coming up right here. I guess the two translations, both are beautiful. One's a very like prema bhakti. Oh, let's write it. So, Prabhu ko simrahe. Rab Vaheguru Ji ko nu simrahe, remember. Also remember to put the sasa here too, simrahe. right here. Prabhu calls Simarahe, remember, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਿੰਨ. Now we're talking about them again. Them, or that person, or that individual. In them. Atamo. Atam, atamo, at means atma, means soul, means mind, means man. It is the same mind, it's the same man that shifts and becomes the form, its actual essence form. Man, so the mind, the man. Atamo. Jita, jita means to win, victorious, jitana. Rab ko simrahe, remember. In them, atamo manapana, jita, jitya, one. So ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਹਰਾ ਭਰਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਸੰਤ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਖ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਜੀ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਤਮ meaning ਮਨ ਜਿੱਤਿਆ ਹੈ. So those who always remember Vaheguru Ji have won their minds. What's that mean? They have control over their minds. What's that mean? If they don't want to release a thought, they don't release a thought. If they don't want to hate, they don't hate. Right now, in my mind, I don't have that control. If a thought comes, anger comes, it's very difficult for me to control anger and different vices. But the ones that do abhyas, the practitioners, and once again, everything's on a spectrum, right? Eventually, a little bit more control, a little bit more control, a little bit more control. Oh, okay, the mind can start saying present now. Oh, that person said this to me, that shouldn't hurt. Okay, that doesn't hurt me anymore. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Keep going. And the growth and the growth and the growth, right? So they have won their minds. They have control over their thoughts. Even in dreams, nothing comes up that they don't want coming up. So, Prabhu Kau Simrahe Tin Atamo Jita. How do you get there? Prabhu Kau Simrahe. Simply laid out, Panjapashi lays it out for us. This is the path. There is no other path. This is the path. Simran is the path. Practice of Simran is that path. And then all this starts flowing. And another artha, Bhagavad wrote this artha. I find this very beautiful. It's a very loving artha towards your love, towards your guru, towards Vani. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਜਪਾ ਜਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਮਨ ਜੀਤਾ ਹੈ. Those who always remember Vaheguru Ji have won the hearts of their guru. So one is you won your own mind, you won your own heart. This is winning the heart of your guru. Your guru is happy with you. Your guru is khush bhai, my kid is moving towards this side. My kid is making progress in this fashion. My kid is realizing what they're here to do and they're walking towards it. So, Prabhu Kau Simrahe Tin Atamo Jita. They've also won the heart of their guru. which must be amazing. Winning the heart of your guru, your everything. Look at Baba Buddha Sahib ji. Look at Baba Kanhaiya ji. Look at Bhai Ladda ji. Look at Baba Deep Singh ji. You look at your modern day sects like Bhai Ranveer Singh ji, Sant Baba Gurbachan Singh ji, Kalirai Mahapurush Baba Nand Singh ji, Sant Baba Atar Singh ji, Mastwan Wale, from the Nihang Sampradayas, all these practitioners. I was reading today, man. Some of these guys, I think Baba Joginder Singh ji, Nihang Singh, their Nitnem, their practice, they get up, they're up at 12 and they're sitting there till 6 in Simran. So they're up at 12 and they're sitting there till 6. And yeah, I guess they do Nitnem in there as well. They read their Panjabani and other Bani, and they read a lot of Dasam Bani as well, and what everything else they do. But they also spend a lot of time in Simran. And then at 6 o'clock, they there's a saying that does katha. I was listening to, I read it on his page that these guys, he's a Nihang Singh, he's from England, he does katha in English. And he was saying, I think he had an opportunity to stay with them. And at 6 o'clock, they're out and about going for a walk. It's not like they're going and sleeping again. It was very inspirational to see lives like that, to see people living their life fully dedicated. And yeah, I mean, they don't do other, they're not involved in the world. They're probably not married or any of that kind of stuff. This is what they do. But there are many Grestis too, people that are married that still, are up at like 3, 4 in the morning and they're doing the thing. So those who always remember Vaheguru have won the hearts of their Guru. Those who always remember Vaheguru have won their own minds and their own hearts. So you could flow with this artha in a couple of different ways depending on where you're sitting at this point in your life. Prabhu ko simrahe tin nirmal rita. Talking about nirmal reeds. Okay, so let's translate this now. Prabhu ko simrahe. So Vaheguru ji ko nu simrahe yaad karte. Prabhu ko simrahe. Well, so Prabhu ko simrahe, Vaheguru ji nu simrahe yaad kar de. Tin, once again, tin, them, that individual, that person or them. Nirmal. Means pure. Common name in Punjabi too, Nirmal. Nirmal means pure. Rita, Maryada, conduct, behavior, a way of living. Prabhu ko simrahe, jide Vaheguru ji nu simrde han, yaad karde han, tin nirmal rita. The Simran is the nirmal rita as well, but I'll write this on in English first. The conduct is pure of those who do Simran. Oh, what's that conduct? What is it? It's always doing Simran. It's always doing seva. It's controlling their senses. It's being vigilant. controlling the kam, the krodh, the lobh, the moh, the hankar, remaining awake in Simran. Right in Punjabi too. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਖਾਲਸੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ, so those ਸਰਵ ਵਿਆਪਕ ਸਰਵ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ਕ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਵਾਸ ਸਵਾਸ, with every breath, ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ, with every particle of their being, ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਲ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ, those that remember ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ with everything they've got. ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੱਠੇ ਪੈਰ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸੇਵਾ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਧੰਨ ਯੋਧ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰਿਆ ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਤਣ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੁੱਧ ਸੰਥਾ ਕਥਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਿਖਾਉਣ, ਆਪ ਕਥਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਉੱਜਲ ਹੈ. So their conduct, controlling their senses, of getting people to read Gurbani, reading Gurbani themselves, teaching Santhya, learning Kirtan, teaching Katha, learning Katha, their Maryada, whatever they do, all that they do is pure. That conduct is pure. So the conduct is pure of the ones that do Simran. The purest conduct itself is Simran. Prabhu ko simar hai tin nirmal rita. Yeah, move on. Prabhu ko simar hai. Simar hai. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਿਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, the ones that put ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ in their hearts, then them anand. Anand means bliss, means anand. Rab kau ਸਿਮਰ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਆ, ਤਿੰਨ them ਇਹਨਾਂ, ਆਨੰਦ bliss, ਕਨੇਰੇ ਬਹੁਤੇ, numerous to a great extent. So those who humbly remember Vaheguru Ji with love and faith obtain bliss. What is that bliss? Naam ras, ajapa jap, etc. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਗੁਰੂ ਖਾਲਸੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਮਾਣੇ ਨਿਤਾਣੇ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਸਰਵ ਵਿਆਪੀ ਸਰਵ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ਕ ਸਰਵ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ, multiple countless power, ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ, the jap that resounds itself, the Simran one stage later on that Simran starts by itself. ਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਆਨੰਦ ਸਰੂਪ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਨ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਸਹਿਤ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਿਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਹਮਾਨੰਦ ਰਸ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ they get ਨਾਮ ਰਸ. So those who humbly remember ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ with love and faith obtain bliss then ਆਨੰਦ ਕਨੇਰੇ. I think we probably talked about this before, but yeah, there is one Amrit we get from Panj Pyare. When we take Amrit, we become Amrit Taris. That's one Amrit. There's another Amrit that is inside all of us, and that is the taste of Nam. That is the taste of Bani. As, for example, if you see something that you really enjoyed eating, and you know how saliva shoots out from the bottom of our tongue into our mouths because we see something that we really want to eat, you know, whether it be like a cake or a pastry or a cookie or a pizza or I don't know, roti or whatever we all enjoy. That saliva that shoots out, Bani has a taste to it as well, and that's called Nam Rasa. And that Bani talks about that rasa as well. Yeah, we'll probably talk more about that next week. But those who humbly remember Vaheguru Ji with love and faith obtain bliss. But that is part of that bliss. That Nam Rasa is a part of that bliss. All your indri, all your senses get tripped to become fulfilled. Right? So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਨੰਦ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕਨੇਰਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰ ਹੈ ਬਸ ਹੈ ਹਰਿ ਨੇੜੇ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰ ਹੈ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਬਸ ਹੈ. ਬਸ ਹੈ means to reside. ਵਸਦੇ. Hare means Vaheguru Ji. The one that makes everything Hare again, makes it green and lush again. Hare, Hari, Vaheguru Ji. Nere. Nere means nede, near, close. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਵ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਨਿਮਣੇ ਤਾਣੇ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰਵੇਸ਼ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸ਼ਕਤੀ ਛੰਡ ਪੈ ਕੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਸੱਚੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਧੁਰ ਕੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਰੂਪ ਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ, that light form, that ਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ, that ਸਿਮਰਨ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਰੂਪ ਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਵਸਦੇ ਹਨ. So in English, those humble lovers that come to the sanctuary of Guru Sahib Ji, oh jede pyare ne Guru Sahib Ji de jede kshan painde ne and remember Gurbani Ji, and jede Gurbani chete karde han oh Vaheguru Ji de nede vaste reside close to Guru Sahib Ji. So those humble lovers that come to the sanctuary of Guru Sahib Ji, remember Gurbani Ji, they reside close to Vaheguru Ji. Basahe, reside where? Hare nere, Hari Ji de nede vaste ne. Kaun? Who? Rab ko simr rahe, the ones that do simran. Rab ko simr rahe, bas hai hare mere. Rab ko simr rahe, bas hai hare mere. So those that do simran reside close to Vaheguru Ji. Let's move on. Generally, we take a pause here and we write, but I think we don't have much time today. We have about 15 minutes left, so we'll continue on. Or you know what? Let's do about 3 minutes. Let's take a 3 minute instead of writing. Let's just do Simran. How about that? Let's take a 3 minute pause and do Simran, and then we'll continue on writing. Subhjot, you here? Okay. Anyone want to volunteer to do Simran? Oh, it won't let you unmute. Try again, Subhjot. Can you unmute now? Unmute. Well, it's still blocked. Okay, you know what? I'll just do it. Okay. So we'll do like 3 minutes and then we'll come back. So once again, guys, Simran in itself, we're going to say Vaheguru Mantra. That's the mantra that Guru Pehle Pasha Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji gave us as sex. We're going to say that mantra and we're going to say it with our tongues. We're gonna usually what you want to do is you want to put your senses within the shabda, right? So you want to put your tongue in there, you want to like look with your eyes, you want to listen with your ears, and as you keep doing that, it becomes easier for the mind to get into control and listen to the shabda. That second dialogue that we have going on in ourselves, like if we're speaking with our tongues, and that mind that thinks, that mind that comes up with, oh, this is what this person is saying, and starts analyzing, that mind is the mind we want to put in Simran as well. So that needs to go quiet. That goes quiet with Simran as well. So our tongue, our eyes, all our senses, whatever we can, is a good practice to put it towards Simran. With your eyes, look at your Guru. Saravani with your ears. Sonana, Gorana, listen to Bani. And then Mara talks about talking with your tongue, Jeevna Bolana, Simran Karna. And then by doing that, your Guru, your Shabd, the Simran, it comes and it resides within you, right? So we'll practice that. And once again, if the mind goes astray, runs away, bring it back. Don't judge it, don't hate it. It's okay, it's gonna do that, man. This has been going on for lifetimes, right? We're trying something new in this short period that we're trying to bring it back. So we'll do it for a couple of minutes and then I'll say it and you guys repeat after me. You guys can do it internally. Externally would be good, so you hear with your own ears and listen to your own voice. You know, some of you might be shocked, oh, this is how my voice sounds. And then get absorbed in that shabd. Vaheguru. 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 Guys, I'm going to stop talking. You guys stay with the Simran inside. If you guys are doing it, continue on. I will read Bani, what we've gone through today, but you guys continue on with your Simran. If your mind runs, you might run into the Bani and then go back into Simran. Prabh ko simrahe se par upakari. Prabh ko simrahe in sad balehari. Prabh ko simrahe se mukh suhave. Prabh ko simrahe in sukh behave. Prabh ko simrahe in atam jita. Prabh ko simrahe in nirmal rita. Prabh ko simrahe in anand kanere. Prabh ko simrahe बस है हरे नेरे. संत कृपा ते अन दिन जागे. नानक सिमरन पूरै भाग. वाहे गुरु. वाहे गुरु. वाहे गुरु. Vaheguru. Let's come back. So Sant Kripate Andino Jag. This is the game. This is the path. This is how Gurbani and Vaheguru Mantra play, the interplay that takes place. This is how it plays with each other. When you do Simran, you want to read the Bani. When you read the Bani, you make sure you want to flow in Simran. And it's that beautiful connection that starts to flow. It's the same thing. Simran and Bani. Santa Kripate Andino Jahage. So Santa. Saint, Santa, Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj, the biggest Sant of Sants, Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj. Guru Granth Sahib Ji is the one that makes sants. The biggest sant of all of them is Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Kripa. So this is Adda Rara underneath the Kaka. So you'll say that's Kripa. Instead of Kirpa, you say that's Kripa. Kripa, grace, meaning Kirpa. Te. Te here it'll be from. So Santa Kripate, from the Kirpa of the Sant. from your Guru's kirpa. An deno, we've done this arth before. An means night and deno means day. Night and day. Raat dine. So Sant Kripa te an deno jaage. We'll do them both together. Nanak Simrano pura paage. Nanak Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. So once again, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji isn't saying Arjan, so and so. Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj Sahib Ji is saying Nanak Simrano pura paage. Always showing respect, using Pehle Pasha's name, not writing his name like that. Simrano, Simran, pura, complete. Puran, pura. Paage is fortune. Nanak Simrano pura paage. So putting all that together, the two lines, which was Sant Kripate Andeno Jage. So with the grace of your Guru, Andeno Jage, Nanak Simrano pura paage, but fortune as well. So the ones who do Simran with every breath, the ones who serve others. So we're just summarizing what we've done. So Jede Swaswas Nam Jabde, the ones who do Simran with every breath, the ones who serve others, the ones who have radiant, beautiful faces, the ones who enjoy bliss, the ones who reside close to Vaheguruji have great fortune. Right? They have great fortune. They remain awake, they remain vigilant night and day. In Simran, they remain vigilant from attachment, ego, and other vices. So, Punjabi. Param Pujani Vaheguru Nanak Mahalla Panjwa ji farmaunde han. Mahalla just means Sarup, means body. So the fifth body is about to speak. The fifth Panjwa Pasha ji Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is about to speak. Nimak Nimak Swas Swas Guru Guru Simran Vale Simran Karn Vale Premi Gursevak Paropakariyan Sohave Mukhan Valiyan Anahad Chunkar Sukh Challeen Kane Anand Nu Prapat Vaheguru ji de Nikt Vartiyan de Puran Bhag han. So they have great fortune. The ones that are in Sukh and Chunkar Ananda Nu Jade Praptani. Paravakari jede ne, sohave sone jede ne, sone mukhan wale jede ne. So they have great fortune. Dasandas ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸਦ ਬਲਿਹਾਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਮਾਂ was a sacrifice to them. ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਉਪਰੋਕਤ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਨਾਮ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਰਾਤ ਦਿਨ ਮੋਹ ਮਾਇਆ ਮਮਤਾ ਔਗਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਗ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ. So they remain vigilant from all these vices and they remain awake in Simran. So this state of remaining awake is an actual state where the mind becomes awake in that sense. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. But there's another artha I want to do here before we leave. So Guru Nanak Dev Govind Rupa. ਧੰਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ. So they're talking to their ਮਨ, ਹੈ ਮਨ. So ਨਾ ਪੰਜ ਪਾਸ਼ਾ talking to himself. ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਸਹਿਤ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਸਰਗੁਣ ਦੀ ਏਕਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਪਾ ਜਪ ਜਾਤ ਪੂਰਨ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਨਾਮ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਕੇ obtaining ਨਾਮ ਸਿਮਰਨ from your guru ਰਾਤ ਦਿਨੇ ਮੋਹ ਮਾਇਆ ਮਮਤਾ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਔਗਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਗ remain awake, remain vigilant. ਭਾਵ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਗ ਔਗਣਾ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਗ ਕੇ ਜੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਹੀ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਹਨ. ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਮਹਾਨ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰੀ ਭਾਗਾਂ ਭਰੇ ਸ਼ੋਭਨੀਕ ਮੁਖ ਮਸਤਕ ਨਿਰਮਲ ਰੀਤ ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਤਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਵੈਰਾਗੀ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ. In other words, Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj Ji is saying, hey my mind, oh mana, Gur Prasad with Guru Sahib Ji's Prasad, with Guru Sahib Ji's grace, with Guru Sahib Ji's Kirpa, obtain Simran from Guru Sahib Ji. Beg Guru Sahib Ji that Maharaj gives you Simran and remain vigilant day and night. Doing Simran is the great fortune in itself. So Simran is that Puran Pag. It's not that those that do Simran have Puran Pag. Doing Simran is the fortune. So Nanak Simrano Pura Pag, the Simran itself is the Puran, is the complete fortune. That is everything. Sant Kripate Andeno Jage, get this from the Sants, get this from Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and remain awake day and night in Simran. Give yourself up to Simran. Nanak Simrana Pura Pag. That is the great fortune in itself. All right, guys. I'll stay here for a minute or two so you guys can write this. Next week is the second last session for the first Astpadi. It's been a beautiful journey so far. Like, proud of yourselves for making it this far, coming through and remaining in attendance and writing and going to the depths of this Bani. Next week, we will talk about some deeper concepts. We'll see how that goes. And then, yeah, we'll touch up on that. But Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying the ones that do Simran, they have great fortune. They remain awake day and night in Simran. They remain vigilant from attachment and ego and lust and anger and other vices. Second arth, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying to his own self, hey, my mind, obtain Simran from Guru Sahib Ji and remain vigilant day and night. Doing Simran is the fortune, is a great fortune in itself. There's nothing beyond this. This is my everything. All right, guys. I hope you guys can unmute yourselves or no.
Still can't do that. All right, guys, appreciate it. Some exciting news coming out soon too with this money. We translate it into other languages. Should be able to release that soon. Super excited about that. Janamang tamaranang harkhang ta sogang ogang tarogang. 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 Gauri Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama. ਗੌੜੀ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਸਲੋਕ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਆਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਏ ਨਮః ਅਸ਼ਟਪਦੀ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸੁਖੋ ਪਾਵੋ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਤਨ ਮਾਹੇ ਮਿਟਾਵੋ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਜਾਸੋ ਬਿਸੰਪਰ ਕੈ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਅਗਨਤ ਅਨੇਕੈ वेद पुराण सिमरत सुधाख्यर कीने राम नाम के आख्यर किनका एक जिस जी बसावै ताकि महिमा गरी न आवै
ਕਾਂਖੀ ਏਕੈ ਦਰਸ ਤੁਹਾਰੋ, ਨਾਨਕ ਓਨ ਸੰਗ ਮੋਹਿ ਉਧਾਰੋ। ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਸੁਖ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਨਾਮ, ਭਗਤ ਜਨਾ ਕੈ ਮਨ ਬਿਸਰਾਮ ਰਹਾਉ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਘਰ ਬਿਨ ਬਸੈ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਖ ਜਮ ਨਸੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਾਲ ਪਰ ਹਰੈ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੋਸ ਮਨੁ ਟਰੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਿਮਰਤ ਕਛੁ ਬਿਘਨੁ ਨ ਲਾਗੈ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਨ ਦਿਨੁ ਜਾਗੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਭਉ ਨ ਬਿਆਪੈ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਖ ਨ ਸੰਤਾਪੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਿਮਰਨੁ ਸਾਧ ਕੈ ਸੰਗੇ, ਸਰਬ ਨਿਧਾਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰਿ ਰੰਗੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਰਿਧਿ ਸਿਧਿ ਨਉ ਨਿਧਿ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਗਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਤ ਬੁੱਧਿ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਜਪ ਤਪ ਪੂਜਾ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਬਿਨ ਸਹਿ ਦੂਜਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੀਰਥ ਇਸਨਾਨੀ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦਰਗਹ ਮਾਨੀ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਹੋਏ ਸੋ ਭਲਾ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਫਲ ਫਲਾ। ਸੇ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਸਿਮਰਾਏ, ਨਾਨਕ ਤਾ ਕੈ ਲਾਗੋ ਪਾਏ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਭ ਤੇ ਊਚਾ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਉਧਰੇ ਮੂਚਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਬੁਝੈ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਭ ਕਿਛ ਸੁਝੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨਾਹੀ ਜਮ ਤਰਾਸਾ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਪੂਰਨ ਆਸਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਮਨ ਕੀ ਮਲ ਜਾਏ, ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਨਾਮ ਰਿਦ ਮਾਹਿ ਸਮਾਏ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਜੀ ਬਸ ਹੈ ਸਾਧ ਕੀ ਰਸਨਾ, ਨਾਨਕ ਜਨ ਕਾ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਸਨਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਧਨਵੰਤੇ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਪਤਿਵੰਤੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਜਨ ਪਰਵਾਨ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਪੁਰਖ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਬੇਮੋਹਤਾਜੇ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸਰਬ ਕੇ ਰਾਜੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਸੁਖ ਵਾਸੀ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸਦਾ ਅਬਿਨਾਸੀ। ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਜਿਨ ਆਪ ਦਇਆਲਾ, ਨਾਨਕ ਜਨ ਕੀ ਮੰਗੈ ਰਵਾਲਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਪਰ ਉਪਕਾਰੀ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਸਦ ਬਲਿਹਾਰੀ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਮੁਖ ਸੁਹਾਵੇ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਸੂਖ ਬਿਹਾਵੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਆਤਮ ਜੀਤਾ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਨਿਰਮਲ ਰੀਤਾ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਆਨੰਦ ਕਨੇਰੇ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਬਸ ਹੈ ਹਰਿ ਨੇਰੇ। ਸੰਤ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਤੇ ਅਨ ਦਿਨ ਜਾਗੇ, ਨਾਨਕ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਪੂਰੈ ਭਾਗੇ। And today's ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਾਰਜ ਪੂਰੇ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਬਹੁ ਨ ਚੂਰੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਹਰਿ ਗੁਣ ਬਾਨੀ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਹਜ ਸਮਾਨੀ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨਿਹਚਲ ਆਸਨੋ, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਮਲ ਬਿਗਾਸਨੋ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਨਹਦ ਚੁਨਕਾਰ, ਸੁਖ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਾ ਅੰਤ ਨ ਪਾਰ। ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਜਨ ਜਿਨ ਕੋ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਮਇਆ, ਨਾਨਕ ਤਿਨ ਜਨ ਸਰਨੀ ਪਿਆ। So last week's ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਸੇ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰੀ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰੀ ਆ। ਬਾਬਾ ਕਨ੍ਹਈਆ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਸ਼, those that do simran they serve others। ਰੱਬ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਸਦ ਬਲਿਹਾਰੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਦਾਸ ਸਦਾ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ I'm always a sacrifice to those that do Simran. Always balihari towards them. Prabh ko simrahe se mukh suhave. ਉਹੀ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹੀ ਸੁੰਦਰ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗ ਜਿਨ ਬਹਿਣੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੰਗ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਬਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਭਿਆਸੀ ਨੇ. The faces of the ones who do Simran are beautiful, radiant. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਸੂਖੇ ਬਿਹਾਵੈ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਚੇਤੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੁੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਤੀਤ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ. Surpassing of time, it flows in sukh for those that do Simran. What is that sukh? That spiritual bliss they enjoy. Bhagavad Gita Sahib Ji varge, the ones that reside in such states. Rab ko simrahe tin aatamo jita. So we did this in 2 different arts, if you guys remember. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਮਨ ਜਿੱਤ ਲਿਆ. ਮਨ ਜੀਤੈ ਜਗ ਜੀਤ. You win your mind, you win the world. Those who remember ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ have won their minds. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਆਤਮੋ ਜੀਤਾ. ਹੌਲੀ 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 ਹੌਲੀ, ਥੋੜਾ ਅੱਜ, ਥੋੜਾ ਕੱਲ ਨੂੰ, ਅਗਲੇ ਦਿਨ, next year more, the year after more, you keep building towards it. You start getting a bit more control over thoughts and what's happening inside. And then those who always remember Vaheguru Ji have won the heart of their Guru. Apne Guru Sahib da jehda dil a oh jit liya. Beautiful arth there. Prabh ko simrahe tin aatamo jita. Oni aatama kehda jitya? Maharaj da, Guru Sahib Ji da hirda jit liya. Bhav Guru Sahib Ji nu bha gaye. Prabh ko simrahe tin nirmal rita. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਭਿਆਸੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਆ. ਕਥਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ, ਸਿਖਾਉਣਾ, ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣਾ, ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਤੇ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਰੱਖਣਾ. So the conduct is pure of the ones who do Simran, always doing Simran, always doing seva in the service of others, in the service through Simran as well. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਤਿਨ ਆਨੰਦ ਕਨੇਰੇ. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਆ. So the ones who do Simran, they obtain bliss. Naam ras ajapa jap, which we will touch upon today as well. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਸਿਮਰਹਿ ਬਸ ਹੈ ਹਰੇ ਨੇੜੇ. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ. ਭਾਵ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਖਿਆਤਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ. ਭਾਵ they see the one in everything. The humble lovers that come to the sanctuary and read Gurbani Ji, they reside close to Vaheguru Ji. Oh Vaheguru Ji de nede nikt vaste ne, Guru Sahib Ji de nede vaste ne. Sant ਕਿਰਪਾ ਤੇ ਆਂਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਗੇ. ਸਭ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਰਾਤ ਦਿਨੇ ਭਾਈ ਜਾਗਣਾ ਕਰੋ. ਉਹ ਜਾਗ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ. ਨਾਨਕ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਪੂਰੇ ਭਾਗ. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਾਗ ਨੇ. So day and night be vigilant. Those individuals are vigilant. ਸੰਤ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਤੇ ਆਂਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਗੇ. Grace of Guru Sahib Ji. The ones that do Simran in itself is the great fortune itself. Like there's nothing else to be obtained. If you got Simran, that is a great fortune in itself. Or they remain awake day and night in Simran, vigilant from everything. And the ones who do Simran with every breath, they have great fortune. So Maharaj Satana will continue on. Prabh ka Simran karaj pure. So if you guys can pull up your pages and we'll get to work. We'll put our phones on mute and silent. We'll get to work. There's more depth today, I feel like, with this. Let's go through it. So Prabh keh simran karaj pure. Prabh Vaheguru Ji kya with, Simran is Simran. So Prabh, Vaheguru Ji, they, Simran is Simran. Karaj, Karaj is ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, work. So ਕੰਮ, Karaj. Pure is completed or accomplished. Pure Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ. So ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਰਮ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਉਜਲ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਪਰਮਾਰਥਕ ਤੇ ਵਿਵਹਾਰਕ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਸੰਪੂਰਨ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. ਭਾਵ worldly and spiritual affairs, work, whatever needs to be done gets completed, it gets accomplished by doing Simran. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. All the work gets completed by doing Simran. Look at Panjਵੇਂ Pasha Ji's life. Guru Granth Sahib Ji ਲਿਖੇ, the creation of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, completion of Darbar Sahib, Harmandir Sahib Ji, Santok Sahib Ji, ਚੌਥੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਅਸਥਾਨ, ਸ੍ਰੀ ਨਨਕਾਣਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ, ਹੋਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਰਚੇ, ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਣਾਏ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਪੈਦਾ ਕੀਤੇ, ਭਾਈ ਕਲਿਆਣਾ ਜੀ, ਮਾਧੋ ਦਾਸ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਭਗਵਾਨ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਸਾਲੋ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਬਹਿਲੋ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਮਨ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਬਿਧੀ ਚੰਦ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਲੰਗਾਹਾ ਜੀ. So all these Karajas sitting on Gaddi about 25 years, Gutta Gaddi te baithe. So all the Karaj pure hoye ne. Guru Gobind Singh Maharaj Ji Jeevan, all his Karaj were completed. And then we look at our lives. What are our Karajas right now? So Prabh kya Simran ne Karaj pure. ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, work gets complete. Now we'll move on. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨੇ ਕਬਹੁ ਨ ਚੂਰੇ. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ, ਨਿਰਭਉ ਜੀ, ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਜੀ, however you want to say, ਕੈ with, ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਿਮਰਨ. Kabho. Kabho is anytime. Kade bhi. Na, you guys know this. Na is nahi or no. Chure is regret, ਪਛਤਾਵਾ, ਪਛਤਾਉਂਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕਦੀ ਵੀ ਪਛਤਾਉਂਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ. ਪੰਜ ਭਾਸ਼ੀ ਤਤੀ ਤਵੀ ਤੇ ਖੜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਂ ਤਤਾ ਰੇਤਾ ਸੀਸ ਤੇ ਪਵਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਆ they made that decision on the way going to Lahore going through all that ਉਹ ਕਦੀ ਝੂਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ there's no regret about that there's no suffering about that there's no questioning that again so ਮਹੱਲੇ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਰਮ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਉਜਲ ਸੱਚੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਮਾਇਆ ਮਾਣ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਲਈ ਅਥਵਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਤੋਂ ਅਥਵਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਪਛਤਾਉਂਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ And in English, the ones who do Simran do not suffer. So the ones who do Simran, they don't have regrets, they don't suffer. So what are we talking about? The ones who do Simran do not suffer from the separation of Vaheguru Ji, meaning they're moving closer towards Vaheguru Ji, they get close, they meet, they merge with the one. They do not suffer from ego. They do not suffer from lack of honor. They do not suffer from the desire to accumulate material wealth or any other vices. So Prabhu ਕਹਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨੇ ਕਬਹੁ ਨ ਝੂਰੇ So kade ਝੂਰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ they don't suffer in regret. So the ones who do Simran, they don't suffer in regret from anything. Prathame tyagi home preet, they renounce their ego. Dutiya tyagi logarite, then they denounce the ways of the world, meaning they don't try to impress others. They don't regret. The ones who do Simran do not suffer any regret. Prabh kya simarane kab ho na chure. Kade vi ਝੂਰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ move on. रब कह सिमरन हारे गुण बानी. So रब कह सिमरन वाहिगुरु जी कहते with सिमरन अभ्यास हारे, you know what hare means? वाहिगुरु जी हरा भरा करने वाले. रब कह सिमराने हारे वाहिगुरु जी. Gun is guna, virtue. Bani is Gurbani. Gurbani ji. So Gun, virtue, Bani, Gurbani. ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਸਤ ਸੰਤੋਖ ਦਇਆ ਧਰਮ ਸਹਿਨਸ਼ੀਲਤਾ ਖਿਮਾ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਆਦਿ ਸਰਵ ਵਿਆਪੀ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਗੁਣਾਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਹਨ। Meaning, those absorbed in Simran utter, speak, sing the virtuous Gurbani ji. Prabh kya Simran Hare Gun Bani. Virtues such as truth, contentment, patience, forgiveness, prema bhakti, which is loving devotion, one of the pillars of Sikhi, prema bhakti, and other blissful virtues. So those absorbed in Simran utter the virtuous Gurbani ji. As you do Simran, you want to sing Bani. As you do Bani, you want to do Simran. Beautiful game. One game of love. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਨੇ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਾਨੇ ਹਾਰੇ ਗੁਣ ਬਾਨੀ। Prabh kya simrane Hare Gun Bani. Those that do Simran, ਉਹ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਨੇ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਨੇ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿਚਾਰਦੇ ਨੇ। They sing, they utter the virtuous ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ। Move on. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨੇ ਸਹਜ ਸਮਾਨੀ। So Prabh Vaheguru ji kya with Simran is Simran, abhyas practice of Simran. So Vaheguru ji de Simran dwara Simran naal Simran karan naal Prabh kya Simran hai. What is Sahib? It's very hard to describe, but here's an attempt at it. A state of ease, a state of effortlessness. It's a state where things slow down. It's a state where the mind doesn't race anymore. It's not a monkey mind anymore. Is a state of presence, being present with Shabada. It's a state of being in the moment. It's a state of not jumping to conclusions. It's a state that's free from the future of anxiety and from the depression of the past. It's a state of ease. It's a state of stillness. Shanti, Tiraj. Sahaj as in contentment, one of you are saying. There is contentment there as well. Santokh. Samani is to be merged. Samage. How water merges with water, how waves crash and fall back into the ocean and then merge again. It's a state of samani. It's a state of oneness. Prab kya simrane sahaj samani. ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਵੇ. Here's an example. ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ stays in a state of ਸਹਿਜ. ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਦੇ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੁਰਤੀ, ਬਿਰਤੀ, ਸੋਚਣੀ, ਲਿਵ, ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ, ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ, ਧੀਰਜ, ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਸਹਿਤ ਸਹਿਜ ਸਰੂਪ ਵਿਆਪਕ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਚ ਸਮਾ ਗਏ. So their surti, their birthi, the thoughts, the hearts, and the lives of those who do Simran have been absorbed in a state of ease. In the ease form of Vaheguru Ji themselves, like Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji became, like Baba Kanhaiya Ji became, because I don't see nothing but you. Maharaj is going to expand on this set. As we move along, Maharaj is going to expand on this. So don't think that this doesn't apply to us, like, well, I'm not in a state of sage, maybe, maybe I am thinking about the future. I am anxious about the future. I do have thoughts about the past, or, there are things that I think about deeply where they're, sort of hindering the way I live and everything. Could be some sort of, in any shape and form, some sort of depressive state. It's on a spectrum, guys. It's all on a spectrum. One day you're feeling like this, another day you're feeling a little bit different. You might take 3 steps forward and then you might take 4 steps backwards. And that's okay. That is this. Sikhi is not, it's not a path of, like that say, just keep going, and it's just increasing. Yeah, you might have to take a step back as well. There are going to be setbacks, but it's a mindset this puts you in. It's not like there will never be pain. It's not like these things will never come up. Anxiety provoking things, depressive episodes. It's the ability to handle these things. And it's the mindset that this Gurbani Ji provides us with, as well as altering the state of the mind through Simran and through calming the nervous system down, and through even beyond that, the spiritual realm, that this flows. So wherever we're sitting, wherever you're sitting today, you showed up, Maharaj Kirpa, you showed up, you're putting in the work, you're trying to be present wherever you are. That is a form of Saj for you. This is the Simran that you're doing. This is the remembrance you're doing, and you're entering into your own form of Saj. It doesn't have to be at a Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji level, right? It can be at your level wherever you're sitting today. And tomorrow you might be sitting somewhere else, and yesterday you might have been somewhere different, right? Your morning might have been different, and after this it might be different. It flows. Everything flows. Everything's on a spectrum, up and down. The thoughts, hearts, and the lives of those who do Simran have been absorbed in a state of ease, in the ease form of Vaheguru Ji themselves. So in the ease form of Vaheguru Ji themselves, meaning it's hard to write in English. These arts in English are difficult to write in the sense that they're hard to grasp in English. Like Sahaj Swarup Brahma Ji cha sama gayi, right? Jiri livya, jiri zindagi ya. So saying it like that versus saying it in English. So it means that Vaheguru is the form of Sahaj. Vaheguru's form is of Sahaj. So the lives of those who do Simran get absorbed into that, into Vaheguru Ji themselves, into that Prakash itself. The Atma, the soul wakes up, the soul realizes its true nature and connects with the one of which is Vaheguru Ji and merges into that state. Like we talked about the wave crashing and going back into the water, or Atma is like the wave and goes back into the water. It's the same thing. There's no difference. It's in the ease form of Vaheguru Ji itself from that perspective. Ease form of Vaheguru Ji. Prabh kah simrane Sahaj Samani. Then what happens after? Prabh kah simrane neh chal asano. Prabh Vaheguru Ji, Meetla Ji, Akal Purkh Ji, Gobind Ji, Ram Ji, Allah Ji, Allah, Laun to Arahat, the one that cannot be lad, taken down, Allah. Prabh kah simrane. So Vaheguru Ji, kah with simrane simran. Vaheguru Ji, Prabh kah de simrane simran dwara, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਨਿਹਚਲ. Nichal means achal, immovable. Nichal, a state where there is no movement. Nichal, chalan to neh rahat, achal. A state where there is no movement, immovable. Asano is asana. Asana means a way of sitting. A state also can mean a state where one resides or where one is seated from a state perspective, from a spirituality perspective. But literally, asana means a posture, a way of sitting. Baitak, but it can also mean taka. So baitak, asana, baitak, and taka. Asana, the way we use it nowadays, is the location where one sits as well. In modern day Punjabi, we asana pe beh jave, come and sit on this asana. The location where one sits is also an asana. Is also an asana. The baitak. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਹ ਚ ਅੱਠੇ ਪਹਿਰ ਲੀਨ ਹੋਣ ਨਾਲ, ਅੱਠੇ ਪਹਿਰ make 24 hours a day, ਅੱਠੇ ਪਹਿਰ ਲੀਨ ਹੋਣ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਹਚਲ ਅਚਲ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਚ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਲੀਨਤਾ ਰੂਪ ਅਚਲ ਟਿਕਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। Meaning, those who do Simran, they reside in an unshakable state, merged with Vaheguru Ji. Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji was with tan na dege man kahe ko daraye, or man na dege tan kahe ko daraye. That my heart doesn't shake. What are you going to do with my body? Why are you trying to scare my body? It has no effect on me. Like, what are you guys trying to do? Ganga ki leher meri tuti janjeer. So those that do Simran, they reside in an unshakable state, merged with Vaheguru Ji. So their asana, the location where they sit, is nehchal, is achal, is unshakable, is immovable. They cannot be shaken inside. Their heart doesn't shake anymore. They don't get butterflies inside. Once again, this is a state of a deep practitioner. And this is a state that's available to all of you, all of us, that Guru Sahib Ji is offering us. If we do Simran, if we move on the path of Simran, this is what Guru Sahib Ji is guaranteeing us. This is what you get. Prabh Kya Simran, you'll get that asana of nehchal. You'll get to reside in a state of achalness. So those that do Simran all the time reside in an unshakable state, merged with Vaheguru Ji. A state in which they are always present. There is no effort anymore. Remember we talked about right before the state of Sahib. Well, with Sahib, you also get achalness as well. So that ease, state of ease, where you cannot be swayed anymore. Your internals are so strong with the truth, realization of Satya, flowing in truth, flowing in Nama, flowing in Simran, that you become unshakable. Prabh kya simrane nehchal asana. All right, well, you get Sahaj, you get a state of ease. Maharaj often giving us a state of ease, like do Simran, start walking on the path, start doing Simran. Keep growing, keep growing. And Maharaj gave us so many gifts before, talking to us about you'll get, from Aridhya, Siddhya, Non-Nidhya, to the fear of death going away, to all the things that, the sukh that Maharaj said you'll get, and all the things that Maharaj said we're going to get from doing Simran. And now Maharaj taking a deeper dive, a little bit of a deeper dive as Prabh Kya Simran. So Nehchal asana, that achalness as well. And then what? Well, Prabh Kya Simran, Kamal Degasana. So Prabh Kya Simran. Vaheguru Ji. With kya? With Simran is Simran. Prabh kya Simran. Vaheguru Ji. Always thinking of Vaheguru Ji. Always doing the tona. Vaheguru. Vaheguru. Sitting, standing, working throughout the day. Coming back to Simran. Coming back to it. And putting your focus back on it. You take small breaks throughout the day. You're at work, and take a minute break, just a minute, refocus the mind, bring it back to the Shabd, refocus, you're a little bit more balanced, and get on with your day, whatever you do. So, Prabh kaise marane, utilizing this tool, this gift that Guru Sahib Ji gave us throughout the day. Yeah, if you can, yeah, for sure. Like, you know, at a solid practice in the first thing you do in the morning and maybe the last thing you do at night, but throughout the day as well, whenever you get an opportunity, just to, some of us just to, you know, there's anxiousness or anything, just to calm that anxiety down, you know, going to depressive thoughts is to calm that depression down. Or feeling really good, thanking Maharaj, being in gratitude. Feeling down, thanking Maharaj even for that, and having the ability to have Simran, right? Always being thankful as a state, as one of the pillars of Sikhi, one of the tenets of Sikhi. Whatever happens, I find sweet. Obeying will, accepting it. Panjay Pasha, prime example, showing us that through his own Shahidi. So Prabh kaise marane, Kamal. Kamal is a flower, is a lotus flower. So Kamal, lotus flower. Here is in reference to the Hirda. You can say heart. Kamal, lotus flower. Vigasano, blossoms. Khir janda. So, Sahaj Samani, in a state of ease. Nichalasano, state of aestheticness, like unshakable. That's Sahibi. You know, look at the Panj Pyare Sahib by Sahib Singh Ji. Unshakable state. Prabh kaise marane, Kamal Vigasano. So, Guru Sahib Ji de sache mithe chan kamala de simran karn wale Gurukh Pyare Ji da hirda kamal. So the heart kamal. Karuna, Mudra, Maitri, Upekhya, Nimrata, Garibi, Khima, Tiraj, Bandgi, Sat, Santokh, Daya, Dharam, Vichar, Shanshilta, Aad, etc. Sarv Vyapi Vismad, Shubh Guna diyan Anat Kala Sahit khid janda hai. Meaning, the Simran practitioner's heart blossoms with virtues of humbleness, forgiveness, a state of ease, truth, a state of achalness, what we talked about, contentment, mercy, righteousness, patience, other virtues. So, Prabh kaise marane, Kamal Vigasano, the Kamal, the flower, the lotus flower, it blossoms with virtues. So a practitioner in a state of ease, in a state of achalness, unshakableness, also starts developing a lot of beautiful qualities, such as humbleness and forgiveness and contentment and righteousness. And this, another way to look at this from a spiritual lens, is Kamal Vigasano. So the Kamal is a metaphor of a state that arises within and You know, Maharaj talks about panda toy baise tu pode voto dudde ko javaho. First wash the panda and then give it toof and then pour milk in it. We're not going to pour milk in a dirty bata, right? In a dirty bowl. Just like that. The Kamal Begasano, they say the Kamal fall where our tuni is, where navel is, the Kamal fall turns around and it starts to blossom, it opens up. So it's upside down and it turns around and starts to blossom. That means it's getting ready for Vaheguruji to enter. So, you know, if we look at marriage, Hare pehladi lam parverti karm daradaya bale ram jiyo. And then at the end of that the first lam is Jano kahe nanak lav pehli arambo kaj aur rachaya. The karaj, the work has started in the first lam. So if we take this from a spiritual perspective, okay, we're opening up, and Nam is about to come and reside in our, it's already there. The awareness, the awakening is about to start. So Arambo kaj rachaya, in, like, for example, that Hare Pehladi Lam, we talk about Seva and we talk about Simran. You know, you start walking on the path, you start doing Simran, you start doing Seva. As the deeper, you take a deeper dive into Simran, you take a deeper dive into Simran, and then you go on into the second state of marriage, right? The second law of marriage. But the first state, from a spiritual perspective, as you start moving along, the hirda opens up and it starts, okay, you know what? I'm ready for this. I'm ready for all this. And things start to flow from here. So the Simran practitioner's heart blossoms with virtues, humbleness, forgiveness, a state of ease. So then what happens? Well, then the second stage of marriage happens. So Prabh, Vaheguruji, kya de with Simran is Simran. Anhad. Anhad, had to, an means rahit, without, right? So without a had, without an end, anhad. Was a chunakar, this spiritual vibration, sound current. Ruhani ton. Prabh kya simrane anhad chunakar. सिमरन वाले नाम अभ्यासी गुरु प्यारे जी दे अंदर बाहर हद तो रहत एक रस रसदायक विस्माद स्वाद वाली सुंदर रूहानी धुन लगातार सुनदी है. So inside and out, the endless spiritual Naam resounds for the practitioner of Simran. Prabh kya Simrane anhad chunakar. So ekta ho gaya apa mੂੰਹ dwara Vaheguru 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 Vaheguru, and we're listening with our ears while we're doing that. That's a form of bhakti. That's what we use. This is what our tongue is made for, to do that. And then we can also take it at a different level where we're not speaking anymore, but with the mind that thinks thoughts inside, that starts to do Simran. So it's not contemplating anymore. It's not running in a story anymore. It's not thinking of the future. It's not thinking of the past. That internal mind is just relaxed in a state of ease and doing Simran. And you're listening inside. That's another way to do it. What's happening here is there is no effort anymore. So the effort has stopped, and the anahad chunakar, which is a spiritual vibration that's around all the time, but Maharaj says we would get an opportunity if we keep doing it with our tongues and we keep listening inside, we keep at it, we will enter the second round of marriage, and which is Jana Nanak Duji Lav Chalai Anhad Sabda Vajaye, the Anhad Shabad Utte Gajya, and that's the second round of marriage. That's what one of the gifts that are provided in the second round of marriage is second lav, and that is the spiritual sound current. We start hearing it inside without our tongues. No need to utilize the tongue anymore. No need to even, it's just there. It's always present, and you can tune into it at any time. And they say that when you tune into that, no matter what's going on the outside, you can still hear it. No matter how loud things are on the outside, you can go internal and you can hear it. And it's always present. And that is where Namaras comes. And that is where people are intoxicated by Simran. They're awestruck all the time. And it's just a blissful state. We'll touch upon there's a book by Ranveer Singh Ji, Anhad Shabad Dasam Dawar, I think it's called. So I had the opportunity to go through some of that. So some of the things he says in there are two signs of the Dasam Dawar opening. So you know how we have the 9 doors, like eyes, you got the ears, got the nostrils, got the mouth, reproductive organs down low. So with all these, when you close these doors off in the sense that you're not enjoying their pleasures anymore, but you're enjoying the pleasures of Nam, you start diving into Nam, so when you close these doors, Mund means to close, to shut off. The anhad chunkar sounds, and that's, they say in the 10th dasam dwar, in the 10th door, which is within our body, which is a hidden door within our body. And two signs of the dasam dwar opening are the anhadatun, this state that occurs, and namaras, an actual physical taste to the body that you sing, to the Simran that you do. So that is a sign of the 10th door opening. They also say this is at where the Anhad Janakar or the Kamal Vigasana, where the flower, where the lotus opens up, it's where the Nabi is, where the navel is. And you could take a deep dive into there, and you could put your breath there, and you could hold your breath there. And there's a sarovar, there's a pool of namaras, there's a pool of rasa there where you can stay as long as you want. You can enjoy that bliss as well. So once again, I know a little bit of a deeper dive today. But interesting in the sense that these are gifts that Panjve Pashaji, look where he built us from the belly body all the way to the second, to the third, to the fourth, to the fifth. And now this is the 7th, and he's hitting us with giving us, look at the gifts that are being offered now, building from a worldly stage, from a worldly level, all the way, taking a deeper dive and a deeper dive, and coming all the way here. And Mara saying you get these gifts. So Jana Nanak Duji Lav Chilayan Had Sabda Vajai, the second round of marriage. This is what occurs in the second round of marriage. So The heart is open, the hirda is open. It's accepting. I mean, it's not easy having Simran Abhyas inside at that level, for it to even come and to be able to handle that. So with the Kamal Vigasana, the humbleness, the forgiveness, the state of ease, all these virtues as they come to fruition, a person gets ready for this Anhad Chankar. And when this Anhad Chankar happens, person starts enjoying it. And Guru Sahib talks about that here. Sokho, Prabh Simran ka Antonapa. So Sokh means Sokh. Prabh means Vaheguru Ji. Simran means Simran. Ka means of or da, Simran da. So the Sokh of the Simran. So Simran da Sokha, or the Prabh, Sokho, Prabh, Simran ka. So Simran ka Sokha. So Prabh Simran ka Sokh. You can take it like that. So you could say Prabh Simran ka Sokh. So Vaheguru, so the Simran of Vaheguru Ji, the Sokh of the Simran of Vaheguru Ji. Well, what about it? Anto. Anta means end. Not means no or nahi. And par means paravar, or on the other side, or across. If we were to say, like across the river there, or across that ocean, or something like that, across on the other side. So Sokho, Sokha, Prabh, Vaheguru Ji, Simran, Simran, Ka, Av or Da. Anto means end or Anta. Nat means no, nahi. Par means on the other side, across, or Paravar. So Param Pujani Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji फरमाते ने, हे भाई, प्रभ सिमरन द्वारा विकारा औगणा दुश्मना जमा 84 ਦੇ ਗੇੜੇ ਤੋਂ ਚਿੰਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸੱਚੇ ਸੁੱਚੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਚਰ ਕਮਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਤਮ ਸੁਖ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਪਾਰਾਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ. So Panjਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ is saying, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is saying, there is no end to spiritual sukh for those who do Simran. So, Hare Upajay Mane Bairavo Jiyo. So, that's Tiji Lam is the Lam of Vairag. Hirada Hare 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 Tone Upaji. Ohi, that ajapajap keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper, and a person develops vairag in the sense that vairag is a state of denouncement of a. But I sometimes I take vairag as a state of realization of this is nothing here is really true, not in a theoretical sense, but in a sense of that theory becomes a reality in that third stage of marriage. I feel like sometimes that's a state of vairag. That's a state of, oh, you know what, this, and it's okay, and you're comfortable with it. This is, my body is not eternal. When we say in theory, when you start actually living it, well, I've come here to do Simran. Okay, let me focus on Simran. You start focusing on that. when you start realizing what attachment is at a deeper level, and the feelings of attachment, and they start to move away automatically. You're not trying to end attachment. The battle isn't there from that perspective anymore. You're not fighting with anything anymore. You're in a state of ease. You're in a state of achalness. You're in a state of where anha shabd is going on. And then you're also in a state of vairag, where it's like, okay, this is not real. Okay, I get it. That's fine. And it's a state of acceptance of your own hond, meaning that, you know what, like, oh, they call, okay, this has been around for 40 years, this body, it's not going to be around too long. That's okay, but there's nothing, you're fine with it. You come to a realization that you're fine with it because you're enjoying internally the simran, you're enjoying the job, you're enjoying the rasa to such a high degree that vairag starts hitting you. And then eventually, Prabhu ka sukha Prabhu simran ka ant na paar, the chauthi lam jano nanak bole, chauthi lam hare paya Prabhu avinasi, that milap where the hirda fully opened up, the shabd, anha the shabd resounds inside, and that final meeting that you have with your lover, with your soulmate, with Akal Purkh Ji, it happens. And then that Sakhyata Baba Kanhaiya Ji, that Sakhyata of Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj, that state of Baba Bidhi Chand Ji and Baba Deep Singh Ji and Bhai Mani Singh Ji and Mata Sahib Deva Ji, Mata Pa Kaur Ji, the states these individuals reside in, where it's all one. Everything is one. You start seeing the one within everything. That final stage of Malap, that final stage of the Atma and the Paramatma meeting. Eventually that happens, right? So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying there is no end to the spiritual sukh for those who do Simran. So Sukho Prabh Simran ka anto na paar. Right, guys, we have 2 more sections to go. 2 more. We have about 23 minutes. A couple things that I want to touch up on as well. So next week will be our last week for Astpadi 1, the first Astpadi. Let me share something with you guys in the chat. So this, for those of you that are attending, so this is a link to Astpadi number 2. I believe you could go on here and just download it on that link. Yeah, so you could just so in 2 weeks we will be starting this. The link, sorry, let me send, let me send it to everyone. Here's a link. So on that link, you guys can access Astpadi number 2. If you guys don't get it, let me know, and we can probably email it. I'm sure this will be emailed out to everyone as well. So that's one thing. For parents that are, for kids that are taking this, we will be. So this is a message to your parents. We will be talking about 9 stages of sexuality in the next session as well. So maybe parents, you want to be vigilant about that. I don't know if you want your kids to be hearing some of that. That's totally up to you guys. We'll be touching up on that, where we're talking about a jati. What is a jati? So we'll be touching up on some of that. So it's just for, that's a message for the parents as well. So this is here. And what else did I want to say? Next week, I want to do something different in the sense that because it's the last session for the first Astpadi, I want to open up the dialogue to have an open forum towards the end, and maybe we might take up some more time if we don't finish up on time, maybe like an extra half an hour or something, but just have an open dialogue of how the Astpadi was for you guys, what's happening with you guys, if anyone wants to share anything. It would be nice if you guys turn your screens on next week so we can all see each other in Sangat Roop. So we will go through the arts. And for those of you that want to have an open dialogue about the first Astpadi Sukhmani Sahib, we can do that. And but once again, the reason I'm hesitant to do this is I don't want anyone giving advice to anyone else that speaks. Respect everyone's opinions, and you know, keep it like that. And so then if we can do that, we can open up dialogue and have sort of, I know some of you guys have been asking for an open dialogue space, not more of questions or anything like that, just open dialogue. How was this for you? Anything else you guys might want to share, and we can narrow that down next week and ask specific questions and stuff like that to have that dialogue. But yeah, that will be next week. So we got about 20 minutes, so we can move on. So Sokho Prabh Simran Ka Antona Par. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji saying there's no end to spiritual sukh for those who do Simran. Actually, so we got 2 lines left. Simrahe se jan jin ko prabh maya. Nanak Pinjan Sanigaya. Because I feel like this is a deeper week, giving 10 minutes right now wouldn't be justification enough, man. Like it's too much of a deep dive to be writing for 10 minutes and breaking that concentration. So do this on your own, or what do these lines mean to you? But what we can do is do some Simran for like 5 minutes maybe, and then go back. Sukhjot Kaur, can you unmute yourself?
Anji.
Okay, so let's do about 5 minutes of just Simran. And once again, you guys can do this internally. You guys can listen to it. You guys can say it with your tongues. The thing that we're trying to do with this is to listen to the Simran. So if you're doing it out loud, it's a little bit easier. That, you know, if the mind is talking a lot today at this moment, you do Simran out loud, it'll be easier to drown out that internal noise. If the mind is a bit more relaxed and is a bit in a state of a bit more ease, you can also do it internally. And the mind that thinks, put that to work, put that in Simran. And let it listen to Simran. And once again, because this mind has been doing this for many lifetimes, it's gonna wanna run. It's gonna run. Maybe it might not run. Maybe for some of you it might be present, but for those of you that it does run, with love, bring it back. Just bring it back. Realize that it ran away. Like, oh, look, the mind just shifted off and I was gone for 2 minutes. I didn't even notice. But even that in itself is beautiful realization that the mind ran off, and bring it back and put it back in Simran. Even if you get a second out of it, of focused, of concentration, or you get a minute out of it. It's all beautiful, right? We're all at different parts in our journeys, and these things always fluctuate. So I'll say Vaheguru, and then Sukhjot Kaur will say Vaheguru. And when she says it, I want you guys to repeat as well. And let's stay focused. So we'll go for let's see, about 4 or 5 minutes. Vaheguru,
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 Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru.
So even now, listening to it inside, this is the practice. This is Sikhi 101. Ton meh dhyan, dhyan meh janya. Put your concentration in the ton, and from the ton you will realize. Sabda Surat ki neev rakhai, the foundation of concentration and Shabd Vaheguru Mantra has been laid down, Guru Sahib says. This is Sikhi. This practice here of Shabd and Tona, of Shabd and Surta is Sikhi. So Simrahe se jan, jinko prabh maya, Simrahe. All right, so Simrahe will write as do Simran. Yaad karde, jehde Simran karde ne, the ones that do Simran, the ones jehde yaad karde ne. Say, they, oho. Jan, Pyare. Jan is a devotee, a lover of Vaheguru. Jin is whom, Jinnah. Call is to or no. Rab is Vaheguru Ji. Maya means kirpa. Maya means grace. So Simrahe se jan jin ko prab maya. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji फरमा रहे हैं जिन्हां गुरमुख प्यारियां ਨੂੰ ਸੁੰਦਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸਰਬ ਵਿਆਪੀ ਮਹਾ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹਰੇ ਗੁਣਬਾਨੀ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ the virtues of ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਸਹਜ ਸਮਾਨੀ ਸਹਿਜ ਨਿਹਚਲ ਆਸਨ ਅਚਲ ਆਸਣ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਮਲ ਵਿਗਾਸਨ lotus flower, kamal flower, anhad chunkar, that anhad shabd, inside outside, sukh nu prapat ਪਿਆਰੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਸੋ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ so Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji saying whoever Guru Sahib Ji is merciful upon, they receive sukh and do simran. Okay. So they receive sukh and do simran. And then we will put so the Hare Gunavani Sahaj Samani Nehchalasana Kamal Vigasana Anhad Chunkar. So they receive the sukh, they do simran. So simrahe se jan, ohi jan simrde ne jin ko prab maya, jinna te maharaj ne kirpa ਕੀਤੀ ਆ so jin ko prab maya, jinna te maharaj ne kirpa ਕੀਤੀ ਆ simrahe se jan ohi jan simrde ne so simrahe se jan, those do simran jin ko upon whom prab maya, Vaheguru ji does grace, does kirpa. सिमरहे से जन जिन को प्रभ मया. All right, we'll move on. नानक तिन जन सरनी पया. Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Once again, Nanak is Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, but all the Guru Sahib Jis, when they write Gurbani, they'll out of respect, they'll say Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji's Naam instead of their own. So this just means that Guru Sahib Ji is speaking. Anytime you see Nanak, that means that Guru Sahib Ji is speaking. Nanak, tin, them, tinna. Jan, once again, same thing as up top. Jan is devotee, pyare, pyariyan. Sarani, Sarani is sanctuary. Sharan, Paya is Paya, came, sort of chukya, like in a humble way. Came. Nanak ten jan sarani paya. Nanak Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji Guru Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji. Ten them jan devotee sarani sanctuary paya. So who are we talking about? Which devotees are we talking about? Simrahe se jan jinko pramaya. So upon whom Guru Sahib Ji has done grace and given Sukh and Simran to, they do Simran. And Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah says, Nanak ten jana sarni paya. Guru Nanak Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, I have always come to the sanctuary of those loving devotees. Ten jan, those jans, in their sanctuary, in their sharna. Which ones? The line above, the ones that do Simran, right? So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji फरमा रहे हैं दासन दास तिना गुरु प्यारियां दी परम पवित्र उच्ची सुच्ची सर्वव्यापी महाविस्मार सच्ची शरण हमेशा ही पया है. नानक तिन जन सरनी पया. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is saying, I have always come to the sanctuary of those loving devotees, the ones that do Simran. Dasan das tena pyariyan di sharni pe aaya. Jede who simrahe se jan jinko pramaya. The ones that have this kirpa and do Simran. So Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah in mad humbleness once again is saying, I come to the sanctuary of those that do Simran. I don't know, what's that sanctuary mean? Is it when the thoughts go away and you're doing Simran and you're present at Maharaj's door and you're present with Maharaj there? Is that what it is, or is something else? I don't know. It's a good question. So when you write today, this will be pretty interesting, the way some of you guys write this. And next week, feel free to share some of your writings, like if you guys want. Feel free to share how this has shifted, maybe these last 9 weeks, 8 weeks have shifted some of your mindset in terms of what needs to be done and what the key is, and this writing, and how you flow maybe a little bit differently. Are you a different person from 2 months ago than you are now in some form? What has that growth been? Or has there been no growth? That's cool too, right? It is what it is. It's a journey. It's a beautiful journey. But yes, I guess I will see you all next week. Marakapa.
भई प्राप्ति
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਗੌੜੀ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਸ਼ਲੋਕ। ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦਿ। ਆਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః, ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః, ਸਾਤੇ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః, ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਏ ਨਮః। ਅਸ਼ਟਪਦੀ। ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸੁਖੋ ਪਾਵੋ, ਕਾਲੇ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਤਨ ਮਾਹੇ ਮਿਟਾਵੋ। ਸਿਮਰੋ ਜਾਸੁ ਬਿਸੁੰਪਰ ਏਕੈ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਅਗਨਤ ਅਨੇਕੈ। वेद पुराण सिमरत सुधाख्यर, कीने राम नाम एक आख्यर। किनका एक जिस जीय बसावै, ताकि महिमा गनी न आवै। कांखी एकै दरस तुहारो, नानक उन संग मोहे उधारो। सुखमणि सुख अमृत प्रभ नाम, भगत जना कै मन विश्राम रहाओ। प्रभ कै सिमरन घर बिन बसै, प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख जम नसै। प्रभ कै सिमरन काल पर हरै, प्रभ कै सिमरन दुश्मन टरै। प्रभ सिमरत कछु बिघ्न न लागै, प्रभ कै सिमरन अन दिन जागै। प्रभ कै सिमरन भव न व्यापै, प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख न संतापै। प्रभ का सिमरन साध कै संगे, सर्ब निधान नानक हर रंगे। प्रभ कै सिमरन रिद्धि सिद्धि नौ निधि, प्रभ कै सिमरन ज्ञान ध्यान तत्व बुद्धि। प्रभ कै सिमरन जप तप पूजा, प्रभ कै सिमरन बिन सह दूजा। प्रभ कै सिमरन तीरथ स्नानी, प्रभ कै सिमरन दरगाह मानी। प्रभ कै सिमरन होए सो भला, प्रभ कै सिमरन सफल फला। से सिमरहे जिन आप सिमराए, नानक ताकै लागौ पाए। प्रभ का सिमरन सब ते ऊंचा, प्रभ कै सिमरन उधरे मूचा। प्रभ कै सिमरन तृष्णा बुझै, प्रभ कै सिमरन सब किछ सुझै। प्रभ कै सिमरन नाही जम त्रासा, प्रभ कै सिमरन पूरन आसा। प्रभ कै सिमरन मन की मल जाए, अमृत नाम हृद माहे समाए। प्रभ जी बस है साध की रसना, नानक जन का दासन दसना। प्रभ को सिमरहे से धनवंते, प्रभ को सिमरहे से पतिवंते। प्रभ को सिमरहे से जन परवान, प्रभ को सिमरहे से पुरख प्रधान। प्रभ को सिमरहे से बेमोहताजे, प्रभ को सिमरहे से सर्व के राजे। प्रभ को सिमरहे से सुखवासी, प्रभ को सिमरहे सदा अविनाशी। सिमरन ते लागे जिन आप दयाला, नानक जन की मंगैर वाला। प्रभ को सिमरहे से पर उपकारी, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन सद बलिहारी। प्रभ को सिमरहे से मुख सुहावे, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन सूख बिहावे। प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन आत्म जीता, प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन निर्मल रीता। प्रभ को सिमरहे तिन आनंद कनेरे, प्रभ को सिमरहे बस है हर नेरे। संत कृपा ते अन दिन जागे, नानक सिमरन पूरै पागे। प्रभ कै सिमरन कारज पूरे, प्रभ कै सिमरन कबहु न चूरे। प्रभ कै सिमरन हर गुण बानी, प्रभ कै सिमरन सहज समानी। प्रभ कै सिमरन निश्चल आसन, प्रभ कै सिमरन कमल विगासन। प्रभ कै सिमरन अनहद चुनकार, सुख प्रभ सिमरन का अंत न पार। सिमरहे से जन जिनको प्रभ मया, नानक तिन जन सरनी पया। And today's Hare Simrano Kare, ਭਗਤ ਪ੍ਰਗਟਾਏ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਲਾਗੇ ਬੇਦ ਉਪਾਏ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਭਏ ਸਿੱਧ ਜਤੀ ਦਾਤੇ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨੀਚ ਚਹ ਕੁੰਟ ਜਾਤੇ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਧਾਰੀ ਸਭ ਧਰਨਾ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਹਰਿ ਕਾਰਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕੀਓ ਸਗਲ ਅਕਾਰਾ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਮਹਿ ਆਪ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰਾ ਕਰੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਜਿਸੋ ਆਪੇ 부ਝਾਇਆ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਹਰਿ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਤੇਨੇ ਪਾਇਆ। So let's just go through last week a little bit. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਾਰਜ ਪੂਰੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਪੂਰੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। Worldly and spiritual affairs become completed, become accomplished of the ones that do ਸਿਮਰਨ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਬ ਹੋਣਾ ਝੂਰੇ, ਕਦੀ ਝੂਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਤਤੀ ਤਵੀ ਤੇ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਪੁੱਛਤਾਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਭਾਣਾਈਆਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀਆ ਮੀਠਾ ਲੱਗੇ, sitting on iron plates, standing on boiling waters, they're saying whatever you do I find sweet. So the ones who do Simran, they do not suffer from separation of Vaheguru, do not suffer from ego or lack of honor, they do not suffer from the desire to accumulate material or other vices. So ਉਹ ਕਦੇ ਝੂਰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂਗੇ, they're always, their kala is always ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਹਰਿ ਗੁਣ ਬਾਣੀ, those absorbed in Simran, they utter the virtuous ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ, ਉਹ ਮਿੱਠੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਪ, ਮਿੱਠੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਜਾਪ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਲੀਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਸ਼ ਆ, ਸਾਧ ਸੰਤੋਖ ਦਇਆ ਧਰਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਹਿਨਸ਼ੀਲਤਾ ਖਿਮਾ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੁਣ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਦੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਪਦੇ ਨੇ। ਹਰਿ ਗੁਣ ਬਾਣੀ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਹਜ ਸਮਾਨੀ, ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ ਸਹਿਜ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ, in a state of ease, in a state of flow, in a state of not being rushed, in a state of calmness, no butterflies, no heart shakes. Prabh kya simran is sahaj samani. The ones that meditate and spend their lives in Simran, the ones that the thoughts, the hearts, and the one lives of those who do Simran have been absorbed in a state of ease. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, the ones that spend their time in Simran, they get into this state. Maharaj is another gift Maharaj is blessing us with. Prabh kya simran nihchal asano. So they stay in an unshakable state. Like Bhagavad Kabir Sahib ji once again, man na dage tan kahe ko daraye, they're trying to drown him in the nadi. They're trying to do all these things. They handcuffed him, saying, well, heart's not shaking. What are you trying to do? Scare my body? I don't shake inside. There's nothing that you can do that's going to hurt me. So Prabh kya simran nihchalasana, the ones that do Simran, they get into this state. Once again, on a spectrum, you grow and you grow and you grow and you grow and you grow towards these things. Nihchal asana. So the kamal, if it blossoms with virtues like humbleness, forgiveness, truth, contentment, mercy, righteousness, patience, it's also the turning of the internal journey, the kamal fall that turns, and that's where Nam comes to reside. Once the cleansing has started, it turns upside down, they say, where the navel is, and that's where Nam comes to reside. And Ote, you can dive deep down in there, you can drink Nam Ras there. And so through Saj, through the Kamal Vigasan, through the virtues entering, and we had sort of connected this to our Lama and the 4 stages of marriage as well last week. Prabh kya simran anhata chunakar, we connected this to the 2nd stage of marriage where a japa jap starts, and that simran that we're doing with our tongue externally, Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru eventually starts automatically, and that's an automatic repetition of Nam, and that happens inside. So inside and out, the endless spiritual Nam rasa resounds for the practitioner of Nam, of Simran, a state where one is in ecstasy, a state where one is in bliss, constant flow, constant presence, beautiful place to be. Prabh kya simrane anahad chunakar. Sokho Prabh simran ka antanapad. Then there is no end to the sokh. There is no end after this. Malap happens, the fourth state of marriage, as we spoke of, where union actually takes place, and there's no end to this spiritual sokh for the Abhyasi, for the practitioner. Once again, everything on a spectrum, guys. We might not be anywhere close to this. There are certain days we might feel certain things, certain times we might feel anxiety, you might feel depression. Next day we might feel good, and then back to it. That's this path. That's this path. Keep walking. Simrahe se jan din ko prabh maya. ਉਹੀ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਮਾਇਆ ਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ has done grace. Guru Sahib has done grace upon them. They receive this sukh and they do simran. The ones, and they obtain these dakna that Maharaj talked about. Hare Gunbani, Sahaj Samani, Nehchalasana, Kamal Begasana, Anahada Chunakar. These are gifts that Maharaj is giving for as we walk and as we keep walking on Simran. We had talked about worldly gifts earlier in the 40 as well, in the Astpadi. And as we come closer, this is the 7th, and there are 8 of them. So as this is the 7th body of this Astpadi, Maharaj took it to a internal playing field where all this is taking place inside. Nanak Tinjan Samita, and once again, Maharaj showing vulnerability, Maharaj showing humbleness. That same, Guru Gobind Singh Ji showing that vulnerability, that same Guru Gobind Singh Ji cutting heads. Beautiful life they led. The same Sarup in their 5th body have come to the sanctuary, those loving devotees, the ones that do Simran. And so that's where we're at today, and this is where we'll start. Hare Simranu Kare Bhagat Pragatai. We will also, like we talked about last week, try to have an open forum. But when we get to that, we'll talk about that. When we get to that, some of the rules around that, and how to keep it focused on what we're trying to feel and achieve and what we want to talk about. So Hare Simranu Kare Bhagat Pragatai. All right, so let's pull that out. Hare Vaheguru Ji. ਉਹੀ ਹਰਾ ਭਰਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਿਮਰਨ Kare by doing, karke. So Simranu kare, karke, by doing. Bhagat, what's a Bhagat? A lot of them that write in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji, Bhagat Farid Sahib Ji, Bhagat Pipa Ji, Bhagat Thanna Ji, Bhagat Dhruv Ji. So all these are Bhagats. A person whose mind remains in constant meditation, focus on Vaheguru Ji, a lover of Vaheguru Ji. महाराज दा उपासक अकाल पुरख जी दा उपासक अकाल पुरख जी दे प्यारे प्रेमी जो प्रीतम परायण होवे, जो प्रीतम दे परायण होवे, सब कुछ परमेश्वर नूं अर्पण वाला उपासक। Bhagat, a person whose mind is in constant meditation. Bhagat, if we look at Bhagat through a Gurbani lens, this line in Bani goes, Mate hondi hoye eana, taan honde hoye nitana, anahonde aap vandaye, ko aisa Bhagat sadaye. So if you have mat, you have a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of wisdom, walk around not an ego, but like you have hoy eana, like you don't know. So walk around like that, be like that, even while you have all that wisdom. Tan honde hoy nitana, even though you have immense amounts of power, you have tan. Tan means power. Hoy nitana, nit without tan, power, be powerless. Do not exercise your power in the wrong context. Do not hurt people for no reason. Anahonde aapavandai. And anahonde, when you have nothing, koshavana hove thode kol. Aapavandai, you give yourself. Ko aisa bhagat sadai. Let me see someone call themselves a bhagat like this. Ko koi hove aisa bhagat, then you be called a bhagat. The definition of bhagat through Guru Granth Sahib. So someone that stays in that state, mate hondi hoye eana, taan honde hoye nitana, anahonde aap mandai. So when you have nothing, then you can. Ko aisa bhagat sadai. So that is a bhagat. Pragatai. Pragatai means pragat kite ja, like appeared or made obvious, which is pragat ho gayi. It appeared, made something obvious. Pragat kite. So we'll do two arts of this. प्यारे भगतां महापुरुषां ने हरि जी दा सिमरन अभ्यास करके हरि जी प्रगट कीते हैं. So in English, meaning by doing Simran, Vaheguruji has appeared to Bhagats. So the party that we just spoke of, the fourth stage of marriage, that final union, by doing Simran, Vaheguruji has appeared to the Bhagats. So, Hare Simrano Kare, Kini Simran Kitaya, Bhagat, the Bhagats have done Simran. Pragataye, Vaheguruji, Pragat ho gaye unale. Vaheguruji showed themselves to that Bhagat. Vaheguruji showed them that their Atma is their own Prakash Swarup form and merged with them. Hare Simrano Kare, Bhagat, Pragataye. So Vaheguruji appeared to the Bhagats. Second arth, ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਭਗਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਦੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਅੰਦਰ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨ। ਭਾਵ by Guru Sahib Ji's kirpa, by Guru Sahib Ji's grace, Bhagats have done Simran. So Guru Sahib Ji gave Simran to the Bhagats, and they've done this Simran, and they become known in countless universes. They've become known in the world. So the ones that have done Simran, they've become known. Meaning, Hare Simran karke, because of Simran, by doing Simran, Bhagat pragataye, Bhagat ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਭਗਤ ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, ਭਗਤ ਫਰੀਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਵਰਗੇ, we still, ਕਿਹੜੇ ਯੁੱਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ, we still know ਭਗਤ ਰੂ ਜੀ, ਭਗਤ ਪ੍ਰਹਿਲਾਦ ਜੀ, ਬਾਬਾ ਬਿਧੀ ਚੰਦ ਜੀ, ਬਾਬਾ ਦੀਪ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, ਭਾਈ ਮਤੀ ਦਾਸ ਜੀ। By Guru Sahib Ji's grace, Bhagats have done Simran and have become known in countless universes. So Hare Simrano Kare, Simran karke Bhagat pragataye, Bhagat ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ। ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਸਿਮਰਨੋ ਕਾਰੇ ਭਗਤ, ਭਗਤਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਰੀ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨੋ ਕਰਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਗਟਾਏ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋ ਗਏ। They've appeared. Okay, let's move on. Hare Simrane Lage, Ved Upay. So Hare, you guys already know, Vaheguru Ji. Once again, Hare, the reason, ite Hare, you can also translate it to Harapara Kanwale, where if something's, same example that we've used before, a jungle or like a forest where it's like, Kumalaya, sab kuch is about to die off, and unu morke hara para karne wale, the one that brings it to greenery again, lushness again, hare meaning greenery. So hara para karne wale Vaheguru Ji. So one that takes us individuals that are kind of drowned in Kam, in Krodh, in Lobh, in Moh, in Ahankar, in slander, in looking down upon others, in false judgments and kaleshas, all the types of kaleshas we talked about. The one that makes us Hariya again, the one that makes us Prafullat again. So Hare, Vaheguru Ji. Simrane, you guys know Simran. Abhyas, contemplation, concentration, practice, the jumping of mantra. The jumping of mantra, not only from your tongue, but from the mind, from the secondary brain that thinks, putting that in Simran. Hare Simrane Lage. Lage means to attach, lagake. Hare Simrane Lage. Ved, two arths for Ved. Ved is the four Veds, or the Vedas. Ved also means knowledge, in the sense of Brahmagyan. There's a whole Astpadi dedicated to Brahmagyan and who a Brahmagyani is and what their state is. but Brahm Gyan. Gyan means knowledge, Brahm means Vaheguru, so knowledge of Vaheguru, the one that possesses the knowledge of Brahm, of Vaheguru is known as a Brahm Gyani. So Ved is the 4 Veds or the Vedas. Upay, created, paida kite. Hare simarane lage Ved upay. I feel like you guys are understanding this and you guys could like write these out yourselves now. So I'm sure you guys are trying to, you guys can work this one out right now. Hare simarane lage. What happens? Ved upay, created, right? So Guru Sahib Ji ne Vaheguru Simran ਚ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀਆਂ ਅੰਦਰ Ved meaning Brahm Gyan ਪੈਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ. Meaning by doing Simran, Guru Sahib Ji has created wisdom of Vaheguru inside their Sikhs. Wisdom of Vaheguru meaning Brahm Gyan. So Guru Sahib Ji has made Brahm Gyanis. So Hare Simrane Lage Ved Upay. Guru Sahib Ji's created knowledge. Guru Sahib Ji's created wisdom inside the Sikhs, inside the practitioners. So Guru Sahib Ji Simran Chalake apne premi andar, inside their lovers, Ved Brahm Gyan paida kita hai. Hare Simrane Lage Ved Upay. Second Arth. Brahma ji ne prem Gyan naam da chanan karn wale Vaheguru ji de Simran ਚ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ. So Brahma did Simran. 4 Ved. The 4 Veds are Sham, Rig, Jujur, Tharvan. Paida kite hain. So the 4 Veds have been created through the power of Simran as well. So the 4 Veds have been created through the power of Simran. Brahma ne lag ke Simran ਚ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ 4 Ved ਪੈਦਾ ਕੀਤੇ ਨੇ. So instead of focusing on grunts, other grunts like Sham, Reg, Jujur, Tharvan, Simritiyan, whatever else it may be, the focus should be on straight to the point, straight on Simran. The Simran is that Shakti, straight Akal Purkh. Hare Simrane Lage Ved Upay. So we'll talk about Siddha Jati and Date here. So Hare Simrane, you guys know that. Vaheguru Ji Simran. Pay is have become. Pay is have become. Hoye. Ho gaye. Hoye. Well, what has become of them? What have they become? Well, they become Siddh, meaning they become Mokta, obtain salvation.
they become jatis, the ones that do Simran, the ones that have done Simran. So a jati is someone that has a lot of control, mad control, controller of senses, desire, and thoughts. That's a jati, especially lust. So har tarah da ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਰੋਕਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਤੀ। So ਹਰ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਰੋਕਣ ਵਾਲਾ। So someone that controls their senses, their thoughts, their desires, especially lust. And date, date is someone that gives a daat, daat ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੇ, ਭਾਵ givers, someone that's a giver. ਹਾਰੇ ਸਿਮਰਾਨੇ ਭੈ ਸਿੱਧ ਜਤੀ ਦਾਤੇ। ਸੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਮੁਕਤ, ਹਰ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਰੋਕ ਕੇ ਬ੍ਰਹਮਚਰਜ ਰੱਖਣ ਵਾਲੇ, ਦੂਧ ਪੂਤ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣ ਜਪਾਉਣ ਰੂਪ ਦਾਤ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। So in English, we would say, those that do Simran have gained salvation and controlled all their senses, desires, and thoughts, and have become givers by doing and offering others to do Simran, giver of worldly gifts as well. Once again, these individuals have riddhiya, have siddhiya, have nidhiya. They're always lean themselves, and they get this bakshish as well. So hare simarane pay siddh jati date. So patrya roop na dekhde gurmukh sant mahant sravan simran kirti pachitavan बात एकांत दृढ़ संकल्प पर यतन तन प्राप्त नौ कहांत। 9 stages of sexual desire. We'll talk about this. So the 9 stages of sexual desire, the first stage being paraya roop vikar kop ya dvait man drishti nal takna ya dekhna. So looking upon others with lust. So hare simarane pay siddh jati date. So they become siddhs, they become date, they've also become jati, controllers of desire. So the first is looking upon others with lust. Second, ਵਿਕਾਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸੁਣਨੀਆਂ. So having lustful conversations, listening to lustful conversations. Once again, you guys don't have to write any of this down. This is just information for you guys if you guys want it. Not necessarily part of the arth. It just expands on what a jati is and what kind of a control a jati has. And this is also good information in the sense that you can see within yourself where you're sitting inside as well. And you can recognize something. So it's just information, but not necessary to write down as a part of the arts or anything like that. So parai sarup nu yaad karna. So once again, the next stage is the individual starts thinking of another, starts having consistent thoughts. Unu yaad kari jana. Just the thoughts of another's body. And then from there, Sarup di mehma kari jani, praising another's beauty, praising that Sarup, the one that that individual wants. Gets a little bit deeper here with Surupanu Fit Chetavana. So bringing another's body into your Cheta, another person into your Cheta, into your Simrani, into where that place where it's supposed to be for Simran, it's supposed to be for Vaheguru, but bringing another's body into that place, that secondary mind, where it does Simran, where it thinks. It has sankalpa, it has vikalpa. The location where one remembers your Cheta. So bringing another's husband or wife into the a wife's body into your Cheta, into the Simrani, another person. So now, so being alone with that person and speaking lustful thoughts, ekant ho ke vikari gallan karniyan. And then radhe vidhe vich pakka sankalp kar lena ve prapti lai, having made a decision to obtain or be with this individual. So trying purposefully and now making various attempts to obtain this individual. Whatever is in your power, you're trying to do now. So prapti lai vishesh karke yatan kari jana. So prapti kar leni. So having obtained that person that you had wanted, or having obtained that lustful act, that desire that had been building up, and that final obtainment. So jatis have control over all these 9 stages as well. So hare simarane pe siddh jati date. Hare simarane neech choh konta jate. So hare simarane, Vaheguru Simran.
So Vaheguru Ji Simran. So these desires were, so this is written in Pagji Steek. You can get it from there. It is not written in Gurbani. This is not from Gurbani, no. Hare Simarane Neech. Neech just means low, like thale. But in this case, we're talking about someone that's low in merit, someone, like a mada karma karna, low in action in that sense. Neech. Mada karma karna wale. Hare Simarane. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ or by doing ਸਿਮਰਨ what happens neech the low in action or merit choho char choho means char kunt means direction. So the 4 directions, north, south, east, west, disha. So uttar, dakhin, purv, pachcham. So the 4 directions. Jate, janenge, pav become known. Hare Simarane Neech Choh Kunt Jate. Hare Simarane Neech Choh Kunt Jate. So Sache Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji de Vaheguru Akhar Akhar da Simran karke Ogana Maha Papa Vikaran de Pare Hoye Neech to Neech Ji bhi Uttar Dakhan Purab Pachcham Choh Kunt Jane gaye Jane jande ne ta bhav pooje jande ne. So even the non-virtuous have become known in all 4 directions by doing Simran. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ. Hare Simarane, by doing Simran, Neech Choh Kunt Jate, even the lowest of the low killers, Ogan Karn Wale, Papa Karn Wale, Mahapapi, they become known by doing Simran. You see that throughout our history as well. Like people like Ajama, like Ganaka. And Baba Bidhi Chandji, he used to steal at one point, right? Ganaka involved in prostitution, right? And a lot of other situations you can look throughout history where you see this. And now they're praised. Everyone praises them. Why? Because they did Simran. So Hare Simarane Neech Choh Kunt Jate. Hare Simarane Tari Sab Tarna. I'm still writing. So, okay. Hare simrane neej chaho kunt jate. So even the non-virtues have become known in all four directions by doing simran. Bani जिस नीच को कोई ना जाने नाम जप तो चौं कुंट माने ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਉਹ ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਚੌਂ ਕੁੰਟਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਣਦਾ ਹਾਰੇ ਸਿਮਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਧਾਰੀ ਸਭ ਧਰਨਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਿਮਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਧਾਰੀ ਧਾਰੀ is supported like asra ਟਿਕਾਈ ਹੋਈ supported, kept under control. Tari. Mani talks about Nam Ke Tare Khand Brahmanda. The Khands and the Brahmans, the worlds and the pieces of the earth, the continents, and they're all Tare. Tare, Nam Ke Tare. They're supported by Nam. Sab, all. Sari. Tarna. Tarna is the world. Tarna we can also say as creation. Rachana. So it can be Tarti, the Tarti we are on earth. It can be the Rachana as well, meaning beyond the earth, the rest of the creation as well. Tarna. Hare Semarane. Tari Sab Tarna. So Ananta Brahmand di ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਆ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਸੋ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਧਰਨਾ ਮੀਨਿੰਗ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਅਨੰਤ ਖੰਡ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਸੋ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਧਰਤੀ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਰਚਨਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੇ ਆਸਰੇ ਟਿਕਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ The world and all of its creation is supported by Simran, meaning it is kept within formation, it is maintained within formation by Simran. Whereas, if you look at the sun, the way the earth revolves around the sun and all that stuff, the movements, gravity, things of that nature. Hare Simrane Tari Sab Tarna. It's all supported through Simran. It's all supported through that one and that one. So Ananta Brahmanda di sari rachana har samay Simran karti rendi hai. Always doing Simran. Jo bolat hai mreg meen pankheru sobbe no hare jaapta hai nahi hor. Is lai Tari Sab Tarna. So ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੇ ਆਸਰੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਟਿਕਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਸਰੇ ਟਿਕਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ the world and all of its creation is supported by Simran. It's kept or maintained within formation by Simran. Hare Simrane Tari Sab Tarna. Okay, move on. Simare, Simare, Hare.
Karan karna. So you guys know the first three. Simran, Simran, Simare, Simare, Simran, Simran, Hare Vaheguru Ji. So Simare, Simare, Hare, Karan. Now Karan we know as reason as well, right? The reason something happens. Or in this case, we can also say the true form, Mool Modrupa. The Modrupa, the Mool Modrupa. The true form. Reason. The Karana. Karana is the act of doing or what's done. Like kita, we can say. Simare, Simare, Hare. Karana Karana. We'll do two arts for this. So we talked about Nirguna and Sarguna before as well. So once again, Nirguna meaning that Prakash form, that the same thing, the Atma, that soul that we say is inside of all of us. And you know, we have no batteries inside of us. The reason we all move is because of that Nirguna Prakash, is because of that one form. But that's not just only in us. That one form is in every little particle, right? So if it's in every little particle, that one form is ever pervading, it's everywhere. So that one form is Vaheguru, that we say is Nirguna Sarup. The one that's ever pervading, Sare Jitya, that Prakash form, that form of light, that Prakash. So, and Sargun is anything that you can kind of like draw a line around. You can draw a line around a car. It's a physical form. So from Nirguna comes Sargun. From that Shakti, Kita Pasao, Eko Kavao, Teste Hoy, Lakh Dariyao. So Pasara happened. So everything that we see, it happened. Eko Kavao, with sound, with bachan, with simran. So Kita Pasao Eko Kavao, Teste Hoy, Lakh Dariyao. From there are countless dariyas that came into form, rivers that came into form. So Nirguna Prakash Srup Ajapaja Brahma Ji aap hi Ananta Brahman di rachana de Karan Mool Mod Rupan. आप जी ने वाहिगुरु सिमर सिमर के अपने निर्गुण स्वरूप जी चों अनंत ब्रह्मांड दा पसारा प्रगट कीता है जो आप जी दे सरगुण स्वरूप ਹਨ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ has created physical creation through its non-physical form by doing Simran. So that Simran, that mantra, that anhadatona, that vibration that we want to, whatever we want to call it, that is what's created everything. So Vaheguruji has created physical creation through its non-physical form by doing Simran. So Vaheguruji has created his physical form through its non-physical form. The second artha. This is the third artha I'll talk about. But the Mahaprabhu Sant Bhagavad Guru Singh Ji says this artha in his katha. He says, do all affairs by doing Simran. Simare hare karan karna. Any karan that you karna do it through doing Vaheguru Mantra. Another arth he says, which I'll write down here as a second arth, is Simran karke hi sab karaj hunde han. Simran is that power that does everything. So if we talk about karma or karma, talk about time, we talk about death. Simran is that power that does everything. So simare hare karana karna. The reason behind the karna is simare hare. Or the reason behind physical creation, the karan behind the karna is in the physical creation, the act that was done, the physical creation that was formed, is simare hare. Simare hare karan karna. So the karan karna is because simare hare. So Simran karke sab kuch sare karaj hunde ne. From Prakash came Sargan, from Nirgun came Sargan. Hare Simran kiyo sagala kara. So once again, Hare Simran, Vaheguru Ji, Simran. Kiyo. Kiyo means created. Kiyo means did. Rachana kiti. Kiyo means kiti, kita. Kita. Kiyo. Created, did. Sagal. All. And akara is creation of shape or form of pasara. So akar is anything that has a shape or a form. We call that a akar. So the creation of shape and form. Akar. Pasara. ਸੋ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਹਰਾ ਭਰਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ, ਸੂਰਜ, ਚੰਦ, ਅਨੰਤ ਧਰਤੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਪਸਾਰਾ ਆਕਾਰਾ ਕੀਓ ਰਚਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਭਾਵ through Simran, Vaheguru Ji has created creation, suns, moons, universes, worlds, all creation. So everything that has a shape and a form is known as Sargon. So Hare Simrane Kiyo Sagal Akara. So through Simran, Hare Simrane, what happened? Kiyo Sagalakara. Vaheguru Ji has created the Akar, all Akar. So suns, moon, universe, worlds, all creation, everything, everything. Sagala Akara. So Hare Simrane Kiyo Sagala Akara. Sargon, once again, is anything with a shape or a form. It's a sarup of Paramatma, but in a manifested way. Everything that we're seeing is Sargon. In essence, is that same form. It came from that same Nirguna form. It came from that one. Hare Simran Mahe. I'm sorry, He Mahe. Hare Simran Mahe. Ape Nirankara. So Hare Simran, Vaheguru Ji Simran. Mahe, within, Vech. So inside Simran. Hare Simran Mahe. Okay, so inside Simran, Ape. They themselves, Ape, Apehi. We're talking about Vaheguru Ji, they themselves. Ape, Apehi. Nirankara. So Akar to Nirang. Nirang without Akar. So Akar, Akara to Nirang without. So Akar to Bina, meaning the one without form. Vaheguru Ji, in its Nirguna form, in its Prakash form. So Akar to Bina, in its light form. Jap Sahib, Roop, Rang, or Rekhna, ko keh na sakde. There's no Roop, there's no Rang.
Akal Purkh has no color, has no form. It's away from the 10 gunas. It's a Prakash form, as in its Nirguna form. So, Hare Simran Meh, within its own Simran, Ape Nirankara is Vaheguruji itself. So, we'll do two arts in Punjabi, we'll do two arts. So, Nirankar ji, apne Simran ch aap hi leen rehinde han. So, Nirankar is lean within its own Simran. ਭਾਵ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਰੂਪ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਾਪ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ। that ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਦਾ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਸਰੂਪ is doing its own job all the time. ਤਦੋਂ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਖਿਆਤਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਖਿਆਤਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ when ਮਹਾਰਾਜ does ਕਿਰਪਾ and you see that oneness, ਤਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਰੂਪ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਰਗੁਣ ਸਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਕਾਰਾਂ ਸਹਿਤ, so that ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ with all its physical manifestation that we're seeing right now, jap karde disse hain, you see all of it, all that doing job. Bhav nirgun sargun har samay apna jap aap hi karde rehnde han, meaning that nirgun and that sargun does its own job all the time. So if we were to say that in English, the one without form, Vaheguruji, is immersed within its own Simran. So the one without form is immersed within its own Simran. We were translating this, interpreting this in Polish, I think this week or last week. And one of the writers said there, they translated this as, they said, we did Simran. And they're like, that Simran is not us doing Simran. That Simran is Vaheguruji doing its Simran itself. So I said, that's a very beautiful lens. You can see it from that perspective as well. So now. So second earth we'll do here. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji Hari Simran cha Vismad Leenta Sahit Farma Rahe Han, meaning Panj Pasha is lean within the Simran, and they're about to speak, saying that Das and Das Garib, that me, Gur Prasad, Hari Simran cha Pav Rom Karke Simran Karde hain, meaning each particle inside my body is doing Simran. Sargun Sarup Tan Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji. So that Sargun Sarup of Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji. Sare Akar Kite. So Tan Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji de Sare Akar Kite Pav Tare Hoy Ananta Sarup, meaning I see multiple forms of my Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji. Andar Bahar Har Samin Darshan Baksh Rahe and seeing him inside me, outside of me. Guru Pitaji Aneka Sarup Tarke. So my Guru has multiple forms, that physical manifestation of Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji. Darshan Baksh Rahe and they're showing themselves to me. Una Parampaka Sundar Surupande Rom Rom Te. Manohar Sundar Chere Han. They got beautiful faces. Jina Dwara Ajapa Javai Guruji Simran Chalin Han. from which they're doing Simran, and they're lean within that Simran. So the one without form, Vaheguruji, is immersed within his own Simran. Hare Simran meh aap nirankara, kare kirpa jaiso aap bujaya. Kare, did, karke, kirpa, grace, kirpa, jaisa, upon whom, jaisa. Ape, they themselves, apa. Bujaya means to give understanding, someone that kise nu bujaya, someone that gave us understanding. Samjhaya, kuch samjhata, Maharaj ne samjhata. Kare kirpa jaiso ape bujaya. Kare kirpa, did kirpa, jaisa, upon whom ape Vaheguruji, they themselves, ape, they themselves, bujaya, gave understanding. So kare karke kirpa, kirpa jaiso jiste ape aap hi bujaya, samjhaya. So Satguru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji फरमा रहे ने सच्चे सतगुरु साहिबान जी ने जिस प्यारे सेवक जी ते कृपा करके गुरु प्रेमा भगति सह निर्गुण सरगुण दी एकता च लीन होके सिमरन करना आपे बुझाया समझाया है। आप Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji is saying, upon those Gurmukhs whom Guru Sahib ji has blessed wisdom, wisdom of what? The oneness of Nirgun and Sargun. Nirgun, Sargun, the Ekta, and other things as well. So upon those Gurmukhs whom Guru Sahib ji has blessed wisdom, Kare Kirpa, Jiso Ape Bujaya. Kare Kirpa, Jiso Ape Bujaya. So सच्चे सतगुरु साहिबान जी ने जिस सेवक ते कृपा करके गुरु प्रेमा भगति सहित निर्गुण सरगुण जी दी एकता च लीन होके सिमरन करना आप समझाया है। Upon those Gurmukhs whom Guru Sahib ji has blessed wisdom. Okay, 30 seconds and we'll go on. नानक गुरमुखे हारे सिमरानो तेने पाया। So Nanak, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, once again, Panjveं Pasha Ji always writes Pehle Pasha Ji's naam just as a sign of respect, showing that this is written by Pehle Pasha Ji, this is all his Bani. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji will translate this as Nanak is the fifth, in the fifth form, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Gaur Mokhe, Jeda Mokh Guru Wal Hove. So the Mokh, the face, that's towards a Guru. So the ones with their faces towards their Guru, you call them Gaur Mokh. Gaur Mokh is also Jo Guru de Mokh to Nikli Cheez Hove. So Gurbani, you can call that Gurmukhi. Jehdi Guru de Mukh to nikli hai. So in Punjabi, we'll write this as Guru Sahib Ji wal mukh karn wale. Unhanu kahida Gurmukh. Hare Vaheguru Ji. Simrano Simran. Tene, them, tenane. Paya, obtained. By. Nanak Gurmukhe Hare Simrano Tene. Tene means them. Paya means obtained. Nanak Gurmukhe Hare Simrano Tene Paya. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji kende ne, they have obtained Simran from Guru Sahib Ji. Nanak Gurmukhe, ona Gurmukha ne Hare Simrano Tene Paya, jina te Maharaj Ji kirpa hogi. So we connect this with the last line. Satguru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji Molak Bachan farma rahe ne, Gurmukhe rome harate aade anusar rom karke Vaheguru Ji nu dhyaun wale Gurmukh pyare ji ne Satguru Sahiban Ji to Vaheguru Simran Ji paaye han. They have obtained Simran. Who? Kare kirpa jeso aape bujaya. Upon those Gurmukhs whom Guru Sahib Ji has blessed wisdom. Jina te Maharaj ne kirpa kiti hai. Upon those Gurmukhs who have kirpa, and Maharaj gave him this understanding by Simran Karo. This is the path. This is the path to life. This is what Sikhi is. This is what it's about. Nanak Gurmukhe Hare Simrano Paya. They have obtained Simran, obviously from Guru Sahib Ji. Guru Sahib Ji is the giver of Simran.